Yeah, Salakia for the
technical difficulties.
Yep, you know it's. You know, yeah. Yeah, Salakia for that. We're not gonna do the announcements again, because y'all already know the announcements. What we are gonna do is get into the Sabbath opening prayers. Right? So let's do that. I'm having a weird pain. Let's do that. And let's get this thing rolling. Y'all ready? So, we ready. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa
Nathanawa.
A war.
Zayawam.
The
water. Aman.
Dash bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai that gives to us a light to see. Thanks so be it. The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain from the Most High and through the Scriptures.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa
Nathanawa.
Rayash.
Nayakaka.
The
water.
Aman. Dash bless you, Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thanks so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet Savior. That's rise and praise Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa
Nathanawa.
Hashabat.
Bashalom.
The water.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks so be it.
Psalms 121. Aina Shah. Ayanyam Yah. Al-Haharyam. Na'ayah. Wabawa'ah. Isaiah. Wabawa'ah. Ma Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shasharamar. Yasharallah. Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Sazalia, Ayu, Yimyad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaria, McCall Rai, Yashamar, Napashia, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitan, Awalam,
Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Echad.
That is here, O Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
This is Matthew's 6, the Lord's Prayer. Abaniah.
Abanawa.
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 Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Qudash.
Qudash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak Wakad.
Malak Wakad.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'arataza.
Ba'arataza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Tananawa.
Batananawa.
Lachum.
Lachum.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Kabawathnawa.
Kabawathnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kabawathinawa.
Kawathinawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tabianawa.
Tabianawa.
Banasaya 1.
Banasaya 1.
Kabal.
Kabal.
Hawashaynawa.
Hawashaynawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahata Pa'ara.
Wahata Pa'ara.
Ba'abulaniyam.
Ba'abulaniyam.
Aman.
Aman.
The Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Aman.
Ha. Man. What is it?
Ha'ashara.
Ha'aishara.
Ha'ashara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Aharyam.
Aharyam.
Alpanya.
Alpaya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'aisha.
Ta'aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Lasol.
Lasol.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Ta'ibadam.
Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Lalakwak'ah.
Lalakwak'ah.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take Yahweh's name in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabath.
Hashabath.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa.
Wa.
Amaka.
Amaka.
Honor thy father and mother.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Laratazak.
The Ratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Tana'ah.
Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Daganah.
Daganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'inah.
Ta'inah.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Takamad.
Takamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Laraika.
Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Water.
The water.
Yad.
The Yad. Aman.
Yeshabim, which means be seated.
Yeah. Okay. Right? Barakatah. Shalom to everybody online. We're just gonna get straight into it. We've been touching on these Psalms. So for those of y'all that have been keeping up, hopefully y'all are getting something out of what we're going over. I mean, I know sometimes it'll be a lot. It's a lot of information. But hopefully you're taking the time to go back over the class, even if you just read it. Hopefully you're taking the time to just meditate on it some of the points that are brought out, some of the questions that are asked. That way, you know, it's easier to digest what we go over, because I know it's a lot. So we're about to go into one of our classic chapter, right? Very classic chapter that we go to. So we're about to start in Psalms 83, right? So I'm not gonna go crazy. This is one of them chapters you go crazy in. Precept this chapter throughout the whole Bible. We be here all night. I'm gonna make it brief. But we're gonna talk about a few things. Right? Try to get through the day.
Just 2 more scriptures.
Everybody's already nervous. That's 2 more precepts.
Just need 2 more.
Mm-hmm.
Just need 6 more scriptures.
I got a couple of precepts, but I'm not,
10 more, actually.
man, got a weird pain. Okay. Let's get the first reader up.
We're trying to have too much fun up in there.
At least we have fun. First reader, huh?
Shabbat Yashikar Banya Shirala.
Hatazar, Shabbat Shal, Yashakar, Bon Yasha'ala, men of Israel, and Micah, Barak.
Yahaba Shimshai Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Oh. These old bones, man. You can't even wipe your nose around Corey. You just pull out the sanitizer. A brother can't have a runny nose.
I mean, I didn't even say that was for you,
Brother
though.
can't have a runny nose because of the colds.
Bruh.
You know what I'm saying?
I gotta
As soon
keep my
as
hands
you
clean,
draw
bro.
for a tissue, that man pull out the sanitizer on you and just look at you like, they're not touch nothing. Anyway, so we're at Psalms 83, right? So who knows what this chapter? Who knows what at least half the chapter is about? Because we usually just touch half the chapter. Has anybody actually read this whole chapter on their own? I mean the whole chapter, not just from verse 1 down to verse 11, or down to verse you just name you name the nations that hate us and then you move on.
Close the button.
Yeah. Have anybody ever read this whole chapter? Yeah. You know, you got to read the whole chapter so you can understand the entirety of what's being said. It's not just they hate us and then close the book. See, they hate us. Close the book. Like, come on, right? Get the entirety of what the psalmist, right? Whose psalm is this? A song of Asaph. Right? It's a song of Asaph. So we know that Asaph is one of the lead singers, right? Along with a few others that David appointed over the music. Right? So this psalm is attributed to Asaph. So the last couple of psalms that we've read from Psalm 73, right? From Psalm 73 to Psalms 83, that's Asaph. So he had a 10-psalm run, which were some good ones.
Yeah, he going in.
Yeah, he was going in. He was talking about that Egyptian destruction, how the Most High brought the people back from that, preserved them, equated it to his life, his microcosm of a life, right? And just use that as the assurance of deliverance out of his troubles. So he's going to get Psalms 83, and then, more, it doesn't really tell you who Psalms 84 or 85, who wrote those, but then we get back into 86, it's David, a prayer of David. So Let's get it going. I mean, yeah, let's get it going. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Shadak's ready. I'm ready. Everyone's waiting in anticipation. Ready? Go ahead.
Psalms 83, verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of the times, man, as we look at our history, as we look at the history of Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, it's been a tumultuous history. A lot of death, a lot of violence, a lot of destruction. A lot of the times, well, I should say, if you don't have a biblical, spiritual lens attached to the way you view history, it's easy to say, well, where's the Most High at concerning those people, right? Where is the Most High? Like, if you, like, you know, some of y'all got Christian friends, which is fine, you know, Christians are cool, right? But you should ask them one day, like, where was Jesus during slavery? See what they got for you. How come God allowed people to be enslaved and destroyed, and the Native Americans to go through the things that they went through, and, you know, people to be brought on slave ships thousands of miles away from their homeland, and given a whole nother religion and given another language? Like, you should ask them, like, where was Jesus? Because Jesus loves everybody, right? He's for everybody. He's love, right? So how come he allowed that? And you know, it will be it's going to baffle you, the answers that they give you. They probably won't even have an answer for you, right? But us that understand why so-called Native Indians, Blacks, Hispanics, why we've been brought through the things that we brought through, we can just take it right back to Deuteronomy. And then we take it back to the actual history of the people to see, did they walk parallel to Deuteronomy 28 and 1 through 15, the blessings? Or did they walk parallel to Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68, the curses? And then you can match those two things up and say, well, their lives, the things that have happened to them, were depicted in the scriptures before they happened. So we can know how to coincide, you know, we know how to reconcile why we were in slavery. We know how to reconcile what happened to the natives. We know how to reconcile these things, but sometimes for the unlearned eye, for the unlearned person, they ask the question, why is God allowing this to happen? Right? Why does it happen? Why is he killing babies? Why is he letting helicopters crash into airplanes in the middle of America? Why is he letting rescue jets trafficking people from medical facilities crash in the middle of Philadelphia, damn near hitting the mall? Imagine if it would have hit the mall. Imagine if an airplane falls and hits the mall on a Friday evening. Was it a Friday? Did it happen yesterday? Yeah, imagine it hits the mall on a Friday evening. It was yesterday?
No, what happened
They-
yesterday?
An airplane crashed in Philadelphia, just fell out the sky.
Oh, I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah, in the middle of Philly, next to a mall in a residential area. But imagine if it just lands. Everybody's gonna ask why. How come God allowed this to happen? Right? Why is he keeping silent on these matters? Right? Go to Amos real quick. Now, these things happening, are they silence?
Definitely not.
I feel like the Most High is screaming at us when he allows these things. He is yelling from the top. It says, wisdom crieth out and is known in the place in the chief concourses. Right? Go to Amos. Where do I want it? 3:6.
Okay. Amos chapter 3 and verse 6.
Right?
Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid?
Right?
Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord had not done it?
Right. Evil or calamities in a city, and the Lord hath not done it because I create evil. He's talking about calamities, like airplanes falling out the sky. Listen, a fighter jet, we just watched it the other day, yesterday. A fighter jet, dude was doing a routine landing, and it just fell out the sky. An $80 million jet. I think the day before the helicopter hit that airplane. So it's all types of stuff going on in the air. Most High is disrupting instrument panels. He making remember he said he'll turn back their instruments on their own selves, right? Their devices, he's gonna aim them back at them. All they're doing is building these airplanes and bombs and missiles to destroy themselves, right? And to the unlearned, it's like, well, they get away with doing all these different things, but the Most High is crashing airplanes. The day before the helicopter hit the airplane, another airplane had to abort a landing because he was going to hit another helicopter at the same airport, right? So these things they're there, they're happening. Most High is not keeping silent. This calamity, who's doing it? Right. And for what reason? That's what you got to ask yourself. Every time you open up the news app, shalom, y'all. Shalom. Godspeed. Every time y'all open up the news app, every time you, local news, this happening, that's happening, and you're like, damn, that was right down the street. Wow, that's right down the block. Right, come on. All that news we get on the news break app, that's all for our area. And it's a body after kidnapping, after this, after that, and how easy can that touch you?
Very much so.
Very much so. So is that not the Most High making himself known? Of course. He just said it. Read it again.
Amos chapter 3 and verse 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid?
And the people not be afraid. But see, the problem is, America is prideful. This damn place is prideful. Trump is prideful as hell, right? Instead of acknowledging the Most High, what do? It's Biden's fault. It's DEA higher fault.
Yeah.
Instead of giving the credit to the Most High that he controls all, it's some reason or another. They never attribute anything to the Most High. So this country, this nation ain't afraid, and that's part of the problem. Go ahead.
Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord had not done it?
Come on.
Surely the Lord will do nothing.
Surely what?
Surely the Lord will do nothing.
Yeah, he ain't sliding out the heavens to talk to you to let you know what's going on. But he's gonna throw out signs and wonders like he did with Egypt. He said through signs and wonders and wonderful works did he show us, did he reveal himself. Go ahead.
He revealed his secret.
He does what?
He revealed his secret.
Yeah, see, this is a secret to the world how the Most High operates. Yeah, he kills babies. We went over a whole beautiful 30-minute lesson yesterday, right? One of the young up and coming 8-year-old soldiers, quote unquote. You ask a question: why does the Most High kill babies? Why does he kill children his age? And we walked through it and showed them that's how the Most High, he don't operate the way we operate. He don't look at things the way we look at them. And some of these things are for signs and to provoke us to emulation, for us to be able to see him. That's why. But he's not going to come down and say, teach your children. We got the word. He's not going to come down and say, keep the commandment. You got it right here, written. Right? You didn't hear Moses, you ain't gonna hear me. Right? So they're for signs, they're to nudge you. It's like that goad that the shepherd would use to nudge the sheep when he wanted to get them to go into a certain direction. Right? The Most High is goading us back into our heritage. He's goading us back into our culture, back into his culture that he gave us. Right? So he's not going to do what you think he's going to do. Send you blessings and make everything all good. Nah, he's going to do both. Shall we not, if we receive blessings, shall we not receive cursings from the hand of the Lord, like it says in Job, roughly paraphrasing? Read on.
But he revealeth his secret unto his servants, the prophets.
Unto his what?
Unto his servants, the prophets.
Yeah, only the servants, the ones that are ready to minister and serve and put themselves under the yoke. To them, their eye, that veil is being moved off our eyes, where we're able to, dang, Most High is great. Most High is wonderful. Wonder what the Most High did that for. Every time something happens, I'm like, especially major little things like plane crashes. Like, man, what's the Most High? What's going on over there where the Most High had to check them like that? Right? Where a helicopter literally just runs into an airplane. Lights flashing and all. Routine, everything's routine. 300-400 flights of helicopters run that path yearly. It's routine, it was no anomaly. And then he allows a helicopter to smash into a whole plane full of 70 people. Then they fall in waist deep water and just drown to death. You know that river is waist deep, right? Waist deep. So even if you didn't blow up in the crash and the fall.
Oh yeah, they said it was 8 feet deep.
Yeah, you could survive, but then it's 35-degree water.
Jeez.
A plane crashed there about 50 years ago. The same thing happened. 2 planes collided in the same river. They pulled 5 people out and they lived. Middle of the day, frigid ice water. So you can survive it. You can't let nobody survive. You got bodies pinned in the fuselage. He's trying to prove a point, man. He's trying to wake somebody up. Right? He's trying to wake somebody up. That's the point. He's trying to get somebody to see something in that calamity, to fear. Right? So going back to Psalms, what is Asaph asking? He's asking the Most High not to keep silence. But the Most High ain't never been silent. That's the point. He ain't never been silent. He's always made himself known in different ways that he's with his people. Like he said in Isaiah, he reserved 7,000 that never bend the knee to Baal. Right? That's the Most High not keeping silence. Sometimes it feels like it. When are we going to get up out of this? When is the oppression, the mental oppression and anguish going to be lifted up off us? Well, it ain't our time. That's the point. We just got to go through what we got to go through as a people. And truthfully, like, let's just be real. Are we even ready? You look at the state of our people. Are we ready to come up off this slavery?
No.
They love it.
Yeah, they what?
They love it.
Yeah, some of our people love it. They actually, their Stockholm syndrome is so bad that they don't even recognize what's going on.
They don't know that.
And even if you say, hey, let me show you verbatim through the scriptures, through history, right? Everything always boils back down to, what about the white man?
Always.
It always goes back to trying to save Esau. Everything is geared towards saving them. Well, how come they can't? See, y'all racist. See, God is. See, that's why you Israelite. What about the white man? What about the oppressors? Because it's a white man thing. It ain't a color thing, right? Go to Go to read verse 2 in Psalms,
Psalm chapter 83, verse 2.
right?
For lo, thy enemy make a tumult.
Somebody go to Psalms 2, verse 1. The enemies do what?
Enemies make a tumult, and they.
Right, they cause confusion. They make noise. They get prideful. They start to like Trump. Trump is like in tumult mode. This nigga is just crazy right now.
He's out of there.
He is prideful. He lifting up the head. He like, look, we gonna do this. We gonna do this in America. We gonna put tariffs, 25% on y'all, 10% on China. We bringing everything back to America. America is great. Stirring up. We about to go take Panama. I don't know if nigga said they about to go take Panama. The Panama Canal. Panama's like, y'all ain't coming to get nothing. Trump is like, look, we coming to get that. We taking it. Because they think that they feel like the Panama Canal is being controlled by China. Right? And the Panamanians are like, yo, we control this. Right? So Trump is like, no, we coming to get that. That's what we gonna take it. Panama's like, bro, y'all ain't coming to get nothing.
It's gonna be called the American Canal.
Yeah, the Gulf of America.
Yeah, I heard about that
The
one.
American Canal. Remember, they gave the Panama Canal to Panama. They gave it back to them in '99. So it's Panamanian control. It's theirs. America helped build it and do all those different things, but Trump is like, look, nah, we getting this. A lot of our people are down in Panama. Right? So can you imagine the things that's going to happen if America goes into that country to try to seize that canal? And you already know how America get down. They send some damn black ops unit and just start killing people.
Yep.
How they wanted to do in Haiti, right? To try to wrangle that government. They send a black ops unit and they just wipe out a whole president. It affects our people because now look at Haiti. Haiti is like just, it's crazy down there. Read Psalms 2:1.
Psalms chapter 2 and verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Why do the heathen rage?
Why do the what?
Why do the heathen rage?
Why do the what?
The heathen rage.
Yeah, why do the heathen rage? Go ahead.
And the people imagine a vain thing.
Wait, what is Trump doing?
Imagine a vain thing.
What are all these politicians and world orders doing?
Imagine a vain thing.
Yeah, it's vain. At the end of the day, it's going to be nothing. They're imagining a vain thing. But what's the foremost imagination in their mind? How to keep on top.
That's true.
And no matter how you swing it, no matter what you think their agenda is, for them to stay on top, someone has to be on the bottom.
Yep.
Right? Someone has to be on the bottom. That whole Zionist movement of those people over there, that's all about control. All you got to do, if you want to understand how wicked them people are, go look at the treaties they signed back in 1948 with those Palestinians. Go look at those treaties. They're on the records, right? Go look at those treaties, and there were stipulations in those treaties where they could only those Polander people from Poland, Germany, right, that went into Israel. They could only bring a certain amount of people, and they could only occupy a certain part of the land. They broke those treaties, right? Esau broke those treaties and said, "Nah, we taking this part." I mean, look what they're doing now. They bombed them people out the land. The Gaza Strip, the West Bank is crazy right now. It looks like a kid went in there with a dump truck and just turned everything over. Right? But they broke all those treaties. Why? Because at the end of the day, we can rise up. This is ours, eminent domain, manifest destiny. They can claim all those different things. And what can we claim? But at the end of it, once they do their eminent domain and manifest destiny and survival of the fittest and Darwin's theory of evolution, whatever they want to call it, what happens at the end? The Most High reveals himself and shuts it down. But it's up to us to be patient. Read on.
Verse 2. The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together.
They do what?
Take counsel together.
Yeah, the kings of the earth set themselves. I keep saying it. You know how many behind the scenes think tanks there are little this ruler and this ruler teaming up to keep things covered up as far as history. Me and the brothers was talking about the Vatican, right? And you'll see a little glimpse of the Vatican and what it's like on movies and, you know, James Bond movies and Mission Impossible. And they got the video cameras and they got this and they got this area vaulted off. Vatican City is immense. And they hold a lot of secrets to the world. They hold a lot of secrets to the world, man. Why? Because as long as they can keep those secrets vaulted up, the Pope, he can be God on earth.
That's what Pope
Right?
means.
Huh?
That's what Pope means.
Yeah, but that's the point. It's like we can continue to play these vain ass games. Right? We can continue to administer our way. We can link up with this idea and with this king to keep the world, like it says, the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. That's what it's about, is control, dominance. Remember, that's what it's been about from the beginning. What did the Most High give Adam?
Dominance, control.
Right. Through what though?
Wisdom.
Through wisdom. Right? Adam was given dominion of the entire earth over all flesh through wisdom. They want to dominate through their wisdom, through their witchcraft, through their means. And that's the point. It's always this power, this control battle, this power battle. Right? Good versus evil. That's what it boils down to. Righteousness versus wicked. So they're lifting up, the kings of the earth are lifting up their head.
Yep.
Read it again.
The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together
Right?
against the Lord.
Against who?
Against the Lord.
Wait, huh?
Against the Lord.
See that? Because when they take counsel against the people, they take counsel against the Lord. What is their counsel? What is it that they want to stop concerning the Lord? Anybody? What do they want to stop? Think about history. What?
They want to stop his standard of living. His laws, the way he does things, they want to do the total opposite and do it their way, not his way.
Right. That right. I'm gonna add to it. They want to stop the worship of the Lord. They want to stop anyone from being able to slot. Just think about it. The abomination of desolations. What was that about? That was about destroying the worship. Once you destroy the worship, you destroy the image. What do the people have? The people are now destroyed. Once they took away our ability to walk into a temple, once they took away our ability to atone for the sins the way the Most High said it, once they took away our ability to be holy and clean, what did they take away? Everything, our livelihood. Because our livelihood ain't meat and drink and food, and it's the ability to serve the Most High. That's our livelihood. Right? That's our livelihood. Once they took that away, you have nothing. And then what do you have to do? Like Deuteronomy 28 says, what is it, 28:45? For the one of all things,
Yep.
you're going to serve your enemy. Meat, drink. That's the point. We're going to remove your God and give you a God.
So they replace the Most High.
Right. It's about replacement. They call it, when they have a replacement theology. They replaced us out the land. They replaced our gods. Right? Oh no, y'all didn't serve the most, like you served El, the Canaanite god. No, we didn't. What the hell? El? Nah, we wasn't serving El or Baal. Baal just means Lord. We weren't serving actual Baal Peor, Lord of the Flies, or Baal Zebub. Right? So it's about replacement. It's about putting in place wickedness with and taking away the righteous. Right? Did you finish?
La.
Go ahead.
And against his anointed.
And what?
Against his anointed.
Right. So, because you got a lot of people out there that think that, oh, well, you read Psalms 83. These are just the enemies of the people, but not of the Most High. These people don't hate the Most High. Well, Psalms 2 just proved that wrong. Because Psalms 2 goes right with Psalms 83. Read. That's it? Right. Jump back.
Psalm 83, verse 2. So thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Right.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
They have what?
Taken crafty counsel against thy people.
Somebody get me Psalms 37:12. Go ahead. Somebody else get me Psalms 31:20.
And consulted against thy hidden one.
Right. Psalms 37:12.
Psalms 37, verse 12.
Go ahead.
The wicked plotteth against the just.
They do what?
The wicked plotteth against the just.
That's the point. Like, the wicked only plot against the just. They're not plotting against themselves. Right? So now you got to look at all the plots that go on throughout this damn world. And it's so many. There's so many hidden agendas. There's so many secret councils. There's so many hidden meetings. Right? To do what? To destroy the just. Are y'all cold? Y'all good? You good? Go ahead.
And gnash upon him.
And do what?
Gnash upon him.
And gnash upon him to bite him up, destroy. Go ahead.
With his teeth.
Uh-huh.
The Lord shall laugh at him.
Come on.
For he seeth that his day is coming.
That's the thing. The Most High sees the day coming. The wicked don't see his day coming. He thinks that he's going to keep propelling himself in that wickedness. And the Most High is revealing these secrets to us, that there is a day for the wicked. Right? That's why it says in Revelations, he that overcometh. We hear that multiple times in Revelations. Revelations 2, Revelations 3, he that overcometh will I do this. He that overcometh will I give this. This is the patience and faith of the saints. Right? Revelations 13:10. He that leadeth to captivity shall be led into captivity. He that killeth with the sword shall be killed with the sword. This is the faith and patience of the saints. And that's the point. It's about faith and patience. A lot of the times, going back to just verse 1, we ask ourselves, Most High, are you watching? Are you hearing? Are you seeing this? Hell yeah, he's seeing it. The majority of it, all of it, has to do with the Most High in general. Right? But don't he say he let the wicked get caught in their way? He give them over to their mind, to their devices. So the Most High is not doing nothing but allowing the wicked to plan, plot, devise, execute. But at the end of it, who is it all for? What is it all going to reveal? That there's no wisdom in wickedness. That as much as you plot and plan, as long as you're doing it in wickedness, it's going to look like something for a minute, but you got your day. And that's the problem with the wicked. They don't see their day coming. They get caught in their own pit. They get caught in their own snares. They don't see it though. Because while they dig in pits and snares, their eyes is filled with blood. Right? And their tunnel vision on the motive of doing what? Destroying the righteous. So they digging around, and they fill with rage and hate. And they take a step backwards and fall right into their own trap. What you got? Yeah, what you got?
Judith chapter 5, verse 20.
Read it.
Now therefore, my Lord and Governor, if there be any error in his people,
Come on.
and they sin against their God, let us consider that this shall be their ruin.
And that's the point. It's to keep us in sin, to keep us unclean, to keep us unsanctified, to keep us disconnected from the Most High. That's why they throw things out there on a schedule. They make sure they administer just distraction after distraction after distraction in the form of entertainment, in the form of drugs, in the form of food, in the form of any form we can get it to you to distract you and keep you away from what is going to connect you to the Most High. We're going to throw it out there. That's why everything is a trend. Everything is a trend for a moment, and then they got to do what? Come with a new trend, right? The BBL trend was trending. The BBLs and the breast implants. That worked for a moment. Niggas woke up. Now it's the natural trend. Right? And then when they catch on, they got to figure out something else. Then they got to figure out something else. Then they got to figure out something else. But they've been figuring out trends to catch our people up in wicked trends. Right? That's why TikTok is so damn wicked. But look how hard this guy fought to keep it. They fighting hard to keep that TikTok on y'all's phones. Did you ever sit back to think why?
Yeah.
You got TikTok? What have you learned? Read. You got TikTok? What have you learned? Right, y'all. Now y'all ashamed. They putting their heads down like that. Yo, it's a worm. It's a wormhole. You got TikTok? What have you learned?
Something.
Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. I learned that a lot of women is bitter and jealous over that chick because she cooking better than you. But just think about it. Even if you did learn something, because you can learn something from everything. What I've learned is that
3 minutes.
What I've learned is that they'll use any means of publication. They'll use anything to get certain messages out to certain demographic of people. Right? When you go to, like, listen, other countries have TikTok banned for 4 years. Right? China got TikTok. They got a different TikTok than what they give you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Remember, TikTok is China based. So their algorithm is educational. Y'all get the dumb nigga algorithm.
Yeah.
Y'all get the dumb nigga white trash algorithm. I don't think y'all realize it. Y'all don't get the educational algorithm, the how-tos. You get the TikTok trends, the silhouette trend, and the crate trend, and the ice bucket. Like, y'all get the cinnamon, kill yourself with cinnamon trend. Y'all get that. How many people died in China over the cinnamon trend or trying to walk up milk crates? Milk crates. How many people? How many Chinese you saw trying to run up a milk crate in their front yard? I seen niggas doing that, landing, busting their whole ribs open. The silhouette challenge, where the music comes on, boom, and it's like a butt naked silhouette. I never seen no Chinese. I just seen nothing but our people doing that. Even white folks wasn't really doing that like that. It was just our people falling into those traps. What's that?
You know the new thing.
Damn, it's a new one?
But the Popeyes with the Don Julio collaboration.
What's that?
Crazy. Well, you know, black people is on Don Julio. That's
Okay.
tequila.
Yeah, I know Don Julio.
Don Julio
They on that
is,
añejo?
And Popeyes then did the collaboration with Don Julio, so they got the chicken sandwich that's infused with
Don Julio?
You have to be 21 to buy the meal. They got it, and this at Popeyes. This is
But
Right
now watch this.
Us.
But now watch this though. Remember when they was beating people up in Popeyes for the chicken sandwich? They was jumping through windows for that whack ass salty sandwich.
It was killing for that sandwich.
I'm like, yo, it wasn't that good. It was extra salty, mad sodium.
I still haven't had it yet.
I had one. I had it twice, and I'm like, yeah, I give up. No.
Yeah, you had it twice though.
I had to make sure though.
It wasn't one and
Yeah.
that was the right one.
No, I had to make sure. I went to 2 different Popeyes.
You gotta go to the right Popeyes?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's actually all right.
Okay, I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm not saying it's terrible. It's just really salty.
Is it worth fighting
Like
for?
I don't even mess with Chick-fil-A sandwiches no more. They're too salty. My palate is tasting that bad salt, and then it reacts with my bones, right? It reacts with my knees, and I'm like, oh yeah, that sodium is drying me out. So I don't mess with like Chick-fil-A. I don't mess with Popeyes. It just be salty. That's the thing. It's salty. I'm not saying it's bad.
The Don Julio.
But the point is, you don't gotta jump through a window to fight somebody when they run out of the damn sandwich. Then they putting liquor in it? Come on, niggas is gonna be drunk at Popeyes?
Yes.
It's gonna be crazy.
This ain't
You just faded that Popeyes off the sandwich. What is that gonna do?
They got the strawberry infused tequila, the Don Julio. It comes.
So
with
Popeyes
that.
is, so think about it.
You can buy as much as
A
you want.
fast food chain is now selling liquor.
Yep.
in their product. What is that gonna do?
That's
That's gonna
wild.
start a trend.
Yep.
Cause then McDonald's gonna come with the Ciroc
Oh.
infused vanilla ice cream. Nobody, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
churches.
churches gonna come with they Hennessy infused something.
Hennessy infused biscuits.
Biscuits, yeah, they gonna be drizzled Hennessy honey on the biscuits.
Oh wow.
Hennessy honey on the biscuit.
But think about that. That's gonna start where now alcohol is gonna be readily available in some form or fashion.
Yep.
21 don't matter.
That's
Because I
right.
could go cop 3 of those and do what? Here you go, kids.
Yep.
Here you go, young, like, who's regulating that? And what is that doing for the young kids when they learn that, oh, there's alcohol infused into a chicken patty? I mean, I ain't never heard of that.
Curiosity.
That's wild. But see, I gotta get back on TikTok, I guess. To learn these
I
things.
didn't know that.
I haven't been on TikTok. Right? The last time I went on TikTok was the day they shut it down. Just to see, like, what did everyone? It was like, oh, TikTok's closed. Then the next time I went back on there was the time they reopened it. They reopened it. I'm like, oh, okay, Trump. That nigga ain't playing. I ain't been back on there since. Right? Because it's just crazy. Right? And that's just one social media platform. There's many social media platforms, and that's just one way to get to the people. There's many ways that they indoctrinate, that they distract. There's many ways. Even, I'm gonna say this, even your own education, your own school system, they're not teaching you the things that you need to learn.
That's right.
Right? Take it from me. Take it from all the adults here.
Yep.
Everything you learned in high school, guess what?
Not gonna use it.
You're not going to use it unless you're literally going to major in some type of math, some type of science, some type of STEM. You're not going to use that. You're not going to use it. Because you're going to be living a regular life that you don't need to know damn algorithms, and you don't need to know these different things that they're teaching you. But my question is, why don't they focus on real life situations in school? Real life application. I'm not saying STEM is wrong and math, and I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, why they don't teach you how to build credit?
That is correct.
Why they don't teach you how to maintain credit?
Finance.
What a mortgage looks like with certain credit scores and finance classes. Why don't they focus more on that real world application, the things that this society literally runs on, the majority, right? They don't focus on those things. They focus more on the things that are not used as much, or many people aren't into or gonna be into.
Yeah.
And then they go into society and fail. They don't know how to keep a credit score. They don't know how to maintain a mortgage. They don't know how to balance a checkbook.
They don't know how to mail an envelope.
They don't know how to they don't know how to
Yeah, get a stamp. They don't even do none of that.
they don't know how to get a stamp and write out an envelope.
Yep.
Oh man.
You don't know how to mail an envelope? Damn! Damn! She said,
Oh wow.
Well, they don't teach them cursive anymore.
You don't do
yeah, they
cursive.
stopped doing that.
Really?
Yeah,
No cursive.
they stopped doing that a
They don't
long
know how to
time
write. They
ago.
don't write their own signature.
Oh
I
wow.
learned how to do cursive, calligraphy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Write checks. They teach
Write
us.
checks.
They used to teach us that. Yeah.
mail an envelope. What happened when the emails go down?
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Y'all know where to buy stamps from? Oh wait, my bad. Let me not focus on her. She gonna get nervous. We got some learning.
Get them at the
daughter.
post office.
Do you know what a post office looks like? Can you recognize the red, white, and blue if you see it? Okay.
It's like,
Man.
But I mean, but think
that was
about
the
it.
hospital.
When's the last time you really went to a post office though?
God, it's bad.
I mean, he went yesterday for me, but I haven't been to a post office in months. Right? The hassle, everything's more convenient, but they don't. If the convenience shuts down, they don't teach you how to get through these real world things. But let's get back to the point. Read where you at.
Starting from the top,
Yeah.
this Judas chapter 5, verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore, my Lord and Governor,
Mm-hmm.
if there be any error in this people,
Right?
and they sin against their God,
Right. So the whole point was to keep us in error. Go ahead.
let us consider that this shall be their ruin,
Right.
and let us go up, and we shall overcome them.
Come on.
But if there be no iniquity in their nation,
See, look. Sister said they do in China. LOL. They have pre-K learning to cook, clean, and wash and sew on their TikToks. Pre-K.
We had that in school, homemaking.
Yeah, but that's pre-K, pre-K. They're teaching their kids in China how to be industrious, how to fight with guns and load guns. I told you about the augmented reality thing they have. They have an app in China. It's augmented reality. They hook it up to this gun, and they literally go into a battle scene. They 5 years old, going into war with augmented reality, learning how to fight.
Yeah.
They hook it up to a fake gun, and they look through the phone, and they killing and shooting people like they were in the military. They're 5 years old, 6 years old. They learned that in school. So imagine if they dropped a bunch of them little 5-year-olds off over here in America.
Taking us
Bro,
out.
we be washed. We be washed. Our kids would just get beat the hell up.
Yeah.
Imagine you line up one of them Chinese 5-year-olds with a regular, just little fat, overweight American Chinese year-old or American 5-year-old. That little fat butterball boy get beat up because the majority of the kids here in America are overweight. They're obese. Not even just overweight. They're fat as hell. Obese. Right? Because again, they eating Popeyes with liquor in it. They eating McDonald's with liquor in it. All the high fructose, like all of these things, you gotta look, they all come together. They all come together to prove a point. Right? They all come together to affect something. Go ahead, read on.
And let us, verse 21. But if there be no iniquity in their nation, let my Lord now pass by, lest their Lord defend them, and their God be for them, and we become a reproach before all the world.
And that's the point. That's where we're at. We're reproached before all the world. Was that it?
Come.
Jump back. Where you at?
Psalms 31 and 20.
Read that for me.
Psalms chapter 31 and verse 20.
Come on.
Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence.
So when it says that, and they've consulted against thy hidden ones, it's talking about us. It's talking about the righteous, right? We're trying to be hidden in this word. We're trying to be hidden away from the world.
Come on.
You should be trying to hide. You should be trying to hide your heart, your mind, in the mind of the Most High. You should be trying to hide proverbially in the tabernacles of God, in the sanctuary of the Most High. Even though we don't have a standing temple, you should be trying to seek for one spiritually.
Come on.
Go ahead.
From the pride of man.
Read it from the top.
Thou shalt hide them.
Tell them where you at.
Psalms chapter 31 and verse 20.
Come on.
Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence.
Right.
From the pride of man.
From the what?
From the pride of man.
See, and that's what it's about. When they lift up their head, when it says they have taken crafty counsel against thy people, right? That's that pride, man. That lifting up of the head, that's that pride. When we read Psalms a few weeks, not last week, the week before, that said not to lift up the horn. Remember that? Y'all don't remember. But there was a scripture we read where it said, lift not up thy horn. And he said it twice. He was talking to the wicked, to the proud, because that's what they do. They lift up that horn. That horn signifies power and rulership and pride. Lift not up thy horn, right? They lift up their heads. What do they say? I am God. Obadiah, right? Amos, right? I am the Most High. I will be like God. Ezekiel, right? Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt keep them secretly.
Thou shalt do what?
Keep them secretly.
And that's what we asking the Most High, to keep us out the way, man. Keep us out the way of the proud, the wicked, the hurtful. Go ahead.
And a pavilion from the strife of tongues.
Right. Go from there. Go to Psalms 27 and 5.
I was right there.
Oh, were you there? Good.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Psalms chapter 27 and verse 5. For in the time of trouble,
Right.
he shall hide me in his pavilion.
See that? In the time of trouble, that's what you want. You want to be hidden in his pavilion, in his courts. Come on.
In the secret of his tabernacle
Read.
shall he hide me.
Because it ain't for everybody. Those tabernacles ain't for everybody. The wicked can't get into those tabernacles. Even in the new kingdom, it says what? All that are without are dogs, killers, murderers, the effeminate. Witchcraft. They all can't come in there. And definitely the wicked ain't coming in. Go ahead.
He shall set me up upon a rock.
Read.
And now shall my head be lifted up above my enemies
Read.
round about me.
Right.
Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy.
That's what the Most High wants, man. He wants those sacrifices of joy. Go ahead.
I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord.
Come on. Jump back. Psalms 83, verse 3, verse 4 now.
Verse 4. Psalms 83, verse 4. They had said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
Right. Again, what are they trying to cut off in actuality? Our connection to the Most High, but also the ability to worship the Most High as the one true God. Why? Because it's about, we created a God and we want that God to reign supreme. Remember, the Most High said the gods of the nations are idols. So who created them? Who created the gods of the nations? Man, yeah.
Yeah, it's their invention.
It's their own invention.
Right.
So wouldn't I want my invention? Like if I invented something, I want it to reign supreme, regardless of what's around. This is my invention. This is what I did. I want to get that credit. But wait, you over there serving this God. Remember when you read in the Josephus and it said that the Midianite women, they told the Israelite men what? They were like, yeah, we be with y'all, but y'all serve a different God than us.
Yeah.
He got y'all eating different, right? Y'all ain't eating all the abominations.
This is in the 20 numbers.
He got y'all drinking different. Y'all acting like y'all better than us, but you know, if you just put that God down and serve our God, we could be good. That's what's going on here. It's about, again, removing the Most High out the equation and making a new Most High. Make it new gods, right? Go to First Ezra. Go to First Ezra 572, and we see this a lot. Somebody go to First Ezra. Somebody get the First Ezra 572. Somebody first go to Exodus 1:10. Let's just go through history to see. They have said, "Come, let us cut us off from being a nation." Go to Exodus 1 verse 10. Let's just get some.
Okay.
Let's just get some instances. Exodus 1 and 10.
Okay. Exodus chapter 1, verse 10.
Go ahead.
Come on. Let us deal wisely with them.
Come on.
Let us multiply.
Right.
And it come to pass.
No. Read it again. It says,
lest they multiply.
Lest they multiply. So the Egyptians was nervous. Right? They were like, wait a minute, let's deal wisely with them. Because if they multiply, then what? Read.
And it come to pass that when they're falling out in a war, they join also unto our enemies.
Right, because at this time the Egyptians had enemies to the south of them and to the east of them. They were fighting with the Canaanites and the Phoenicians, and they were also fighting with the Nubians, which would be those Ethiopians down to the south. At that time, it was Nubia. So they got fights, they got wars on two fronts. And then they got the Israelites up in Goshen, and they're saying, wait, these cats is grown. You know what? We got to be wise. We got to deal wisely with them. The wise wasn't like, oh, let's deal with them in a wisdom that we both can share. It was, how can we be wise against them to keep them oppressed?
So I got something on the Hebrew of the wise.
What you got?
So the definition, it says to show oneself wise, deceive.
To deceive. What else?
Right. It has other versions.
So to deceive, right? And what did they do? That's when they ended up putting us in captivity to build their cities and under bondage for those 80 years in Egypt. Right? Go ahead.
And fight against us. And so set them up out of the land.
Right.
Read on.
Yeah, read on.
Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities.
So they put us in hard bondage to keep us oppressed. right? To try to keep our numbers down, because that's what it was about. Wait, they're growing too fast. We got to keep their numbers down. Read on.
Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them,
the more they afflicted us,
the more they multiplied.
The more they what?
The more they multiplied.
Yeah, bro. It's like the more we said, you know what? Nah, we ain't gonna let that get to us. Just kept multiplying. Just kept getting stronger. Go ahead.
And grew.
Uh-huh.
And they were grieved because of the children of Israel.
Come on.
And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor.
Go ahead.
And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage.
Come on.
In mortar and in brick and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't no different today except for it's not with rigor. Now you're just willing. Now you're willing to just build this kingdom and keep it going. Read on.
And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives.
And this is the point I wanted to get to. Read.
Of which the name of the one was Shiphrah. And the name of the other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of the midwife to the Hebrew women,
right,
and seat them upon the stools,
right, the birthing stools, right, go ahead.
If it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
Why? Why? Why do you kill the son?
Because that's what the seed.
Speak up. Because what?
The seed, they reproduce.
Right, because the lineage is passed through to the man. So this is another link to Numbers 118. So don't let nobody say, oh, to be a real Jew, it gotta come through your mother. No. No. It's through your father.
God.
Right? And even the Egyptians held to that standard. And they understood our standard. You get rid of the men to destroy the nation. So the nation can't produce. Go ahead.
But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
Right. Because why? We can give that daughter to one of our sons, and that baby will be an Egyptian regardless.
That is correct.
That's how you wipe out a lineage. You destroy the males, and you take away the women, or reproduce with the women. That right there shows you that the women don't determine the lineage of a child. The man does, right? And there's many other precepts we can go to. There, you can drop that Exodus. Go to drop that. For now, go to 1 Maccabees 3 and verse 27. Just a quick jump through history of them saying, "Look, we're gonna cut them off." 1 Maccabees 3:27. Somebody else get me 1 Maccabees 4:59. 1 Maccabees 4:59. Read where you at.
1 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 27.
Come on.
Now when King Antiochus heard these things,
I should have definitely went to this. Go ahead, it's fine.
He was full of indignation,
right?
Whereof he sent and gathered together all the forces of his realm,
right?
Even a very strong army.
Go ahead.
He opened also his treasure.
So we know that this is during the Maccabean revolt, right? Judas Maccabeus and them, they revolting, they going crazy, they wiping some of these cats out. They're fighting against the machine, standing up for their culture, standing up for the Most High. Antiochus ain't with it. So what does he do? Go ahead.
And gave his soldiers pay for a year.
So he was like, look, I'm going to take out the treasure. I'm going to pay y'all for a year. You're going to go to war with these cats. You're going to go to war with these Israelites. We got to get them out the scene. Go ahead.
Commanding them to be ready whensoever he should need them.
Right.
Nevertheless, when he saw that the money of his treasures failed.
Right.
And that the tributes of the country were small because of the dissension and plague. Forgive me. Rick.
What verse you at? Go ahead.
Because of the dissension and plague, which he had brought upon the land in taking away the laws.
See, he did what?
Which he had brought upon the land in taking away the laws.
See that? So just going back to something I said earlier, where the Most High will give them up to their own devices. Remember, the king's command was that no one can keep the laws of the Most High. No one can circumcise. No one can call themselves a Jew. You can't keep no Sabbath. You got to eat pork. So now the land is plagued. Go ahead.
Which had been of old time.
That's just like today. The more, at first they try to have the Bible into things, and then the more that they're removing the Bible out of things, the more they're letting more plagues come in.
The worse it gets.
Yeah, it's getting worse and it's getting worse.
Like, remember when there was no school shooters? Y'all can't remember that, huh? Listen, there was a time when there was no school shooters.
That wasn't even a thing. That wasn't even thought of.
That wasn't even thought of, right? But remember when there was prayer in the school?
Okay.
Did your little pledge of allegiance?
Yeah.
You did your little national anthem, and then what did you say? Like the Psalms 23? I don't know. I don't remember. Right? Wasn't around that long. I don't think I ever prayed in like school in America. I don't think I ever prayed in school in America. I don't think they had that at that time. They might have, I don't remember. But there used to be prayer in school. That was part of the morning thing. They start removing these things, and then what? The land just goes into chaos. Read on.
Verse 30. He feared that he should not be able to bear the charges any longer,
Come on.
nor to have such gifts to give, so liberty as he did before. For he had abandoned above the kings that were before him.
Right.
Wherefore, being greatly perplexed in his mind, he determined to go into Persia.
Right.
Persia.
Let me find the point. I think we already, let me see here. He sent an army against them. Right. Right. Go to verse 35. So we understand Antiochus, he's basically putting up treasures for a year, treasury money to his army. He's retaining those forces for a year's worth, right? So that they can be called to a place at any time. But the money is failing because the law has been destroyed out the land and people are dying. The land is plagued. The resources are dwindling. Sound familiar? Jump down to verse 35.
First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 35. To wit, that he should send an army against them.
Right.
To destroy and root out the strength of Israel.
To do what?
To destroy and root out the strength of Israel.
What is the strength of Israel?
The Most High.
God. Is it not their God? How do we strengthen ourselves in the Lord? By keeping the law?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Keeping the law and also doing the practices that the Most High. Remember, he said he gave us, to them pertaineth the what? Romans, the adoption, the giving of the law,
the service of it.
and the service. They wanted to root out the ability for us to serve the Most High. And that's our strength. You read it in Judith. There be any iniquity in these people, there's a disconnect. But if we're connected, if we're doing our service, if we're keeping the commandment, that's our strength. It ain't nothing else. It ain't nothing else. Right? And we see it all through the Isles of Time. When Gideon went and fought with those 300 men, they didn't even lift a sword. Them niggas beat up an army with pots and pans. They beat up a whole army. They killed themselves. All they did was make noise with pots and pans, and they just start stabbing each other.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how many instances do we see where we didn't have to lift up a sword? Jericho, right? The walls of Jericho, the Red Sea, the Jordan. Like, there's so many instances through history, right? But what was that connected to? How well we served the Most High, how well we performed our daily duties, how we dealt with each other as brothers and sisters. Because it's not because part of the service of the Most High is how you deal with your brother, how you dealt with your wife, how you dealt with your kids. That's part of the service. Read on.
Verse 35 from the top.
Yep.
To wit, that he should send an army against them.
Right.
To destroy and root out the strength of Israel.
Right.
And the remnant of Jerusalem. And to take away their memorial from that place.
Yeah, to destroy the temple and our memorial. Somebody jump, hold that the other Maccabees, go to 1 Ezra 5:72. First Ezra 5:72. Just jumping through little historical points. Not really in a significant order, not really in a chronological order. Just read that. First Ezra 5:72.
First Ezra chapter 5, verse 72.
Come on.
But the heathen of the land, lying heavy upon the inhabitants of Judea.
Right. So this was when the rebuilding of the temple was supposed to happen, right? The rebuilding of the this is going to be the second temple. And what's going on? It says the heathen of the land are laying heavy. Go ahead.
And holding them straight.
And holding them straight, meaning they were keeping us in distress, right? Straits just means distress. Go ahead.
Hindered their building.
They did what?
Hindered their building.
Because why are they hindering us to build? Because they know that once we reconnect, it's over. Once we get that place of worship, it's over. Right? Once the Most High stamped his name in a place, that was it for them. Their rulership, their authority, it all crumbles. So they do everything in their power, right? For us to not get back to this third temple. Remember, the first temple was destroyed, second temple was destroyed 70 AD. What are we waiting? We're waiting on this third temple, this third place, right? The new Jerusalem. They know once that comes, their reign is over forever. So they'll do everything in their power to keep that from happening. They did it in history. Go ahead.
Verse 73.
Go ahead.
And by their secret plots.
By their what?
By their secret plots.
That's what tumults are. It's not just noise and chaos, but it's also secret plottings. Right? Go ahead.
And popular persuasions.
And what?
And popular persuasions.
Right? They consult together to persuade each other to do a thing. Somebody give me Isaiah 29:15. Read.
And commotion.
And what?
And commotion.
The confusion, the commotion, the tumults. Read.
They hindered the finishing of the building.
That's what it's about. They want to be able to hinder you from doing what? Building yourself. Now it's about the kingdom of heaven is within you.
God, your temple.
You are the temple of the Lord. Know ye not? Right? That you are the temple of the Lord. So how do we hinder the building of you? Distractions. TikTok, Instagram, social media, video games. Right? Like if you a young man caught up in video games and you ain't building a video game, you tripping. If you caught up in Madden, I gotta get on them sticks. Can't wait to get home and get on them sticks. Did you bathe today? You brush your teeth? You shower? Did you do those things? Did you clean your room? Did you take care of your house? Did you say hi to the people in your house before you just ran home? Video games. Because if that's the case, what are you building within you? If it's all about video games, electronics, if it's not about connections to people, if it's not about the connection to the Most High, what are you building? They got you hindered. That's the point. They know how to hinder us. Go ahead.
They hindered the finishing of the building all the time that King Cyrus lived.
Come on.
So they were hindered from building for the space of 2 years until the reign of Darius.
Right. Isaiah 29:15.
Isaiah chapter 29, verse 15.
Right.
Woe unto them that seek thee to hide their counsel.
They do what?
Woe unto them that seek thee to hide their counsel.
Right. So when they consult together, you ain't gonna know about it. They hide in that counsel until it comes out.
God.
They seek deep to hide it, man. They got deep secrets. They got conspiracy theories. That's why there's so many conspiracy theories out. And theorists, right? The little plane crash into the helicopter, and there's so many Oh, there was Russian diplomats on the helicopter, and they did it on purpose. And all these theories come out, which I'm not saying anything is false or true. I don't know. I haven't seen them or looked deeply into them. But you know there's some deep secrets
They got compounding lies and misdirections.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Sleight of hand, right? Yeah. Pulling the wool over your eyes. But, yo, it's easy when all the average black man is concerned about is a video game.
Getting high.
Getting high and his woman. It's easy. Like, I ain't got to do too much. If all I got to do is give you a Madden every year, and then you got Madden, and if you ain't into football, you got 2K.
Oh, you got the music too. Start some beef between two popular artists.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like one thing after another. And if you ain't into video games, you into music. If you're into music, you into fashion. If you're into fashion, you into car. Like, we're gonna put things out on a schedule, and we don't really have to do a sleight of hand. We can do what we want right in your face. And you're so preoccupied over here, this is going on in your face. And you ain't gonna catch it. You're not gonna see it. It's not no secret what's going on in the world. Right? You know it's wild when Esau start blowing the whistle on Esau. When they start coming out with what is it that they came out with? Man, I forgot the name of it. But you know when they start coming out with when government would cast that work for the military, pop up, what is it, Snowden?
Whistleblower?
A whistleblower.
Like whistleblowers, but there was, what is it, a dude named Snowden?
Yeah, it was Snowden.
Yeah, they start coming out with government documents, throwing them on the internet for all to see. You ever take the time to go and read those things? What they somebody's revealing those secrets, right? When they're coming up with Project 2025, and those things are real. Somebody's trying to cover something up. And then, no, I don't know about no 2020 Project 2025. I don't know about that. I don't know what that is. Right? When you start looking into certain things that they've been doing in secrecy for so long, I watched a cat break down every ingredient inside of the vaccines.
Wow.
It's funny. Me and Thawam had a conversation about vaccines, right? And before we had the conversation, one of the key ingredients in vaccine, they're gonna take away this video. I ain't gonna say it. No, Trump's back in office. We got freedom of speech. Trump's back in office, we got freedom of speech. Right? There's no misinformation anymore, I don't think. Do we gotta wait? Or did he pass that day one? I think he passed that day one.
He did lie on day one.
He ain't playing, right? We can say whatever we want now. Ain't no disinformation. But anyway, you gotta just do your, I'm gonna play it safe. You just gotta do your research on the vaccines and the ingredients, right? And you'll be very shocked to know some of the ingredients they put in there for the vaccine to be able to take to your body, right? So we'll leave it at that. Where you at?
Off camera.
You know why? Because this is the thing. We'll do this class, and next year it'll be like your video was deleted because of
misinformation.
It's like, yo, we did that video a year ago. Because they have people that go through the videos, review them. Oh, that's not right. They were talking about the vaccines, and they'll delete.
Yeah, I think it like picks up like trigger words.
Yeah, a year later. Go ahead. Where we at?
In Isaiah?
Where you at?
Isaiah chapter 29, verse 15.
So drop the Isaiah. Drop the Isaiah. Go from there. Go back to Maccabees. First Maccabees 4. Where you at?
Verse 59.
Yeah. You're gonna read that through chapter 5. Go ahead.
First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 59.
Right. Just showing you all there's different instances in history where they said we're gonna cut them out the land. We're gonna remove their memorials. Go ahead.
Moreover, Judas and his brethren, with the whole congregation of Israel,
right,
ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year.
So what is this? What feast is this?
Feast of dedication.
Feast of dedication, or Hanukkah, or Feast of Lights. Go ahead.
Their season from year to year,
Come on.
by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month, Caslua, with mirth and gladness.
Go ahead.
And that type also, they built up the Mount Zion with high walls.
So they rededicated the temple. They built up the walls. They built up Zion. Go ahead.
And strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down.
Come on.
As they had done before.
As they had done before. Read on.
And they set there a garrison to keep it, and fortified Bethsura to preserve it.
Come on.
That the people might have a defense against Idumea.
Against who?
Idumea.
Against who?
Idumea.
Oh, okay. Okay. Damn. Read chapter 5, verse 1.
First Maccabees chapter 5, verse 1. Now when the nations round about heard that the altar was built.
So when they heard that the altar was built, sanctuary built up, place of worship, walls built, fortified garrisons, surely they said, praise be the Lord. Surely they said, hey, can we come? Can we come worship? We want to serve God too, because Jesus loves. Because God is love. Surely they said, we believe in God and we want to come to where he's worshipped. Read.
And the sanctuary renewed as before. It displeased them.
They what?
It displeased them.
Why? Because they knew. They knew once we was able to get back to business, it's over for their rulership. When we get back to the business of the Lord, the earth is in our control. That land is in our control. Read verse 2.
Verse 2. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob.
Bro, think about it. We're going to wipe out generations. We don't care how far you go back. We're wiping out everybody. Men, women, children, everybody. This is how they think. This is how they think. Well, no, they're not all bad. No, but, what? Can they get into heaven? But what about their kingdom?
It's going to happen to them.
I got a question. So the slave master that had us in slavery, the one that was like buck breaking, the one that was beating your back in, whooping your children because they didn't bring enough cotton, they didn't bring the daily quota. It's another good question to ask like your Christian friends. What heaven does he get into? Like, does he share the same heaven as the slave that he beat?
If he repented and accepted the Lord Jesus Christ.
And that'd be their answer.
Wow.
That'd be their answer if he repented. But how? When he died beating that slave's back in. He died buck breaking.
Well, he won't get in, but his kid, him and his kids are different.
They all died doing that. None of them repented. I'm sorry. Right? And then his children that benefited off of those actions. What happens to them that didn't repay? What happens to them? Do they go to the same heaven as your children? Yeah, them Christians be getting stomped on that question. They die on that question because it's not even practical. It goes against even their own principles of Christianity. It goes against their principles of Christianity. And that's the crazy part. But it's we can see they never want to admit the filth that these people do to other people. Right? But everybody can get in, but what about them? What about them? They'll have their day, like it says. The wicked will have their day. Finish verse 2.
That was among them.
Moshe said, nope. Go ahead.
And thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people.
They did what?
Began to slay and destroy the people.
All because we erected a building of worship, they decided that we have to die. So what does it show you? That our destruction is connected to the Most High in two ways. If we don't if we don't serve the Most High the proper way, the Most High allows us to be destroyed. And when we do try to serve the Most High, the nations come up and try to wipe us out. That's been happening throughout our history. Go from there. So I hope y'all are writing these down, man. I hope y'all are writing these down. These are some good ones. 2 Kings 24 and verse 2. 2 Kings 24 and verse 2. And then we can get back to Psalms. Remember, verse 4, they have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation. I'm showing y'all different instances in history, throughout our history, throughout the biblical narrative of nations literally saying, let's do this, and then doing it. Go ahead.
2 Kings chapter 24 and verse 2. And the Lord sent against him bands of the Chaldees.
Go ahead.
And bands of the Syrians.
Right, so who did it?
The Lord.
There's a reason why I saved this one for last, so we can understand. Again, the Most High is sending this because of our disrespect of what he gave us, because of our disannulling. Go ahead.
And bands of the Moabites.
So the Chaldees, the Moabites, who else?
And bands of the children of Ammon.
Come on.
And sent them against Judah to destroy it.
Right.
According to the word of the Lord, which he spake by his servants the prophets.
Read verse 3.
Surely at the commandment of the Lord came this upon Judah.
Right.
To remove them out of his sight. For the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he did.
That's just the southern kingdom. We know we can go into the northern kingdom, and we know the Most High sent the Syrians, the Assyrians, right, against the northern kingdom to remove them out of the land. Why? Because they were joined to idols. Right? He said, Ephraim is joined to idols. Let him alone. Let him be. Let him go do that. So they were going to be cut off and not be a people. Right? When you read, what's that?
No, I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, from what you're talking about with these blocks of precepts, Jeremiah, would Jeremiah 31 and 36 go?
I bet you it will. I'm about to actually go to Jeremiah 31. Not yet, but go to Jeremiah 30, go there. Let's see what it says.
Jeremiah chapter 31 and verse 36.
Right.
If those ordinances depart from me.
Oh, that's
Salah.
Right, go ahead.
Salah, from the top. If those ordinances depart from before me.
Talking about the sun, moon, and stars. Go ahead.
Said the Lord, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever.
Right, and we know that throughout, and that's the point, throughout the nation's tumults and through their confederacies to destroy us, the Most High has, no matter how they think they dwindle our numbers, no matter how our numbers have been dwindled, right? The Most High always reserved the remnant. We read that in Isaiah. We read that in Kings. We read that in the Lord, what is that, Romans? I think Paul quoted it. The Lord of Sabbath had not preserved the remnant. We'd be like unto Sodom and Gomorrah. I think that's in Romans, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Don't quote me on that. Right? But there was always a remnant. Because why? That was the point. That's the point of this all. For them to think that they're doing something when they're not. Why do the heathen rage and imagine a vain thing? It's a vain thing to think you're going to wipe out the children of Israel. That you're going to take away the Most High's people, because he said it. If the sun, moon, and stars, if those ordinances stop obeying, then you got them. But as we know, the sun, moon, and stars is always going to be there, man. So that means that the children of Israel will always be there. Right? Did you finish that?
If you want me to go to verse 37?
No, you're fine. I'm going to actually end up going back to Jeremiah 31 at some point. Right? So let's go back to Psalms. So everybody got that? Right? 83 and 5. Making progress. 2 hours in. 5 precepts. Read.
Psalm chapter 83 and verse 5.
Go ahead.
For they have consulted together with one consent.
I mean, who had these precepts though? Go ahead, read. I'm helping y'all out, man. Come on.
They are confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom.
Right, so it says they've consulted with one consent. They've all agreed. Remember we read in Isaiah 29:15 about that secret, those secret, they hide, they try to hide their secrets deeply. Right? They come together with one mind. Here it is. They have all consented together with one consent. Read.
They are confederate against thee.
Come on.
The tabernacles of Edom.
Right.
And the Ishmaelites.
Those Idumeans again. The tabernacles of Edom. The top, you know, if you look at like a spear, a spear, the one you throw, where's Benaiah? He's gonna check me. Right, he left. Good. Spear, the one you throw, you spear chucking. Right. There's a tip or a head of a spear, then there's the body. Esau is the head of the spear, man. They're the tip of the spear, that point that just digs in. They create the pathway for the rest of the spear to penetrate you. They're the head of this confederacy of nations that are against the children of Israel. Why? All the way going back to the time of Jacob and Esau, when Esau sold his birthright. That's when the plot started to get it back. You sold it, you realize what you did, I want it back. How do I get it back? I gotta kill my brother.
By any means necessary.
By any means. And Esau been on that warpath since then. We've been on the run from Esau since Jacob. We've been crouching and bowing on to Esau. I know we had a little spur of the moments where David had garrisons and he was putting them in check, and Solomon had them in check. We ran little crusty Edomite off into the mountains of Egypt in Solomon's time. When Joab was wiping out Edomites for 6 months straight. We had our little moments, little spur of the moment, little flash in the pan. But guess what? They've always had the upper hand through history. We see it because they're responsible for 3 of our major captivities: Greece, Rome, and now here in America. Think about that. Think about that. Right? And these are some brutal conditions. Because not only is it a physical, it's a mental wearing down of the people. To steal a person, to steal somebody's whole lineage, whole nationality, whole culture, and then give them nothing. Oh yeah, you started on the slave ships. Damn. So my whole existence started in chains inside of a boat, being trucked over from one nation to another. That's where it started at. I had nothing going for me until you grabbed me and threw me on a boat and gave me a language and changed my name and changed who I was and changed my food and just gave me filth while you got all the glory, while you got all the good of the land, so to speak. That land of Israel over there is filthy right now. That whole land of Canaan is just nasty work. Nobody wants to be over there. It's a sandbox. You gotta think about that, right? So tabernacles of Edom, read.
And the Ishmaelites.
Right, we know they pissed off. Why they mad? Why is Ishmael second in mad?
Kick to the curb.
That nigga got kicked to the curb. He got kicked to the curb. You ain't gonna reign with my son. Yep. Take this loaf of bread, take this bottle of water, shalom. Nigga sitting next to the tree crying. Nigga weeping his eyes out. Right? That's what happened.
God.
Remember, Ishmael was about 17, 18 years old when he got kicked out. He wasn't no baby.
Yep.
Said the lad cried. He was by the tree crying. Angel had to come and soothe him. Don't worry, bro. You're gonna be good. You're gonna be 12 princes, blah, blah, blah. But he was heated. But you shouldn't have been mocking. Shouldn't have been disrespectful. Right? So you can see where they upset, and then what do in response to being pissed off? We're gonna create Islam. We're gonna rebuttal your doctrine with Islam and then copy your doctrine, but just make a bad forgery of it.
God.
Because we can still eat camels, drink camel milk, eating shellfish. Then they smoking cigarettes. They breaking all God's laws by talking about Muhammad and Allah. You walk around a stone, you kiss the stone, you get herpes on your lips.
God,
Yeah, they be getting herpes from that damn cobblestone.
I believe it.
Yeah. Think about it. They kissing the damn stone, coming away with herpes.
plague, huh?
That's the plague.
On the wall.
You worshiping that stone. You prostrate to a stone. Right? Where the scriptures say don't worship wood and stone. Your Quran is just nasty work. Right? Their own Quran tells them they got to follow the people of the book, the Bible. Right? Their own Quran tells them that the real prophets are the Israelites. It's in their Quran. It's in their surahs. Their hadiths. Racist as hell. Because that's what Islam is. It's a racist ass doctrine. Right? It's a doctrine of enslavement. Right? The sub-Saharan slave trade was one of the worst slave trades, if not the worst. Right? And who carried that out? They're Muslims, man. Along with the Mennonites, along with a few other people. Right? This transatlantic slave trade. All these nations were in confederacy with carrying these things out against us. And it's sad to see a lot of our people get caught up in a racist religion like Islam, where Muhammad, he wasn't messing with you niggas. He was calling you monkeys. He was calling you dogs. All you got to do is just go read their writings. Go read their hadiths, right? And it's in there. They were racist as hell against black people, right? And guess what? Try to take your ass to Saudi Arabia right now and be a Muslim. They look at you like, bruh, get out of here. You tripping. They don't recognize the Nation of Islam as Muslims, like real Muslims don't. Them Sunnis and Shiites over there in Saudi Arabia, you think they look at Farrakhan as a Muslim? They laugh him to scorn, bruh. They laugh the NOI to scorn. And they'll tell them they're not real Muslims. But our people run into that damn racist ass religion. Run into that religion, man. Why you think like a Malcolm X was waking up, coming up out of that? Because he's seen it. Like, wait, this ain't for me. Ain't got nothing to do with me. These people don't respect me. Right? So we know Ishmael's mad. We know he's mad because he got sent away. Get up out of here. Bottle of water, some bread, go cry in the corner somewhere. Read on.
Of Moab,
Right?
and
You know why they mad.
and the Hagarenes.
And the Hagarenes, right? Those are another Hamites, right? We know Moab is upset. Y'all can never come into the congregation.
Yeah.
Never, right? Y'all can never come in. And that's why they treated us wrong. When it was time to pass through their land, nah, you ain't passing through here. And if you do, swords drawn. So they met us not with water and bread, but with the sword. Right? I mean, bro, it's not our fault that you came by way of incest. It's not our fault. We had nothing to do with that. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7.
Go ahead. You have verse 7, Gebal.
Gebal.
Uh-huh.
And Ammon.
They go to the Ammonites, Moab and Ammon. Mad. What you mad about? Because y'all can't come in? It's not our fault. We don't accept abominable people. Go ahead.
And Amalek.
And we know Amalek being who? The grandson of Esau. Go ahead.
The Philistines.
Uh-huh.
With the inhabitant of Tyre.
Right? The Philistines, right? I mean, bro, y'all worshiping Baal. Y'all drinking blood and sacrificing babies. We don't want nothing to do with that. But see, that's what they want to be able to do. They want to be able to serve Molech, right? The Ammonites and Moabites, they want Molech and Chunin. They want those to be the prominent gods. While the Philistines is fighting to get Baal to be the god. Baal Peor, Baal's above. They had many Baals. They had many lords Lord of this, Lord of that, Baal, whatever. That's the fight. Esau is fighting to be God. So everyone is fighting for their God or what they think God is. Do y'all see what's going on here? Esau is fighting to be God. That's the coldest part. Everyone else is fighting for an idol that they created, and we're fighting for the most high God, the God of gods. Do y'all see what's happening? That's the fight. That's the narrative. Go ahead.
Verse 8.
Assure.
Also is joined with them.
Right.
They have
them Arabs. Go ahead.
They have hope.
Hoping. They have helped.
The children of Lot.
The children of Lot is Moab and Ammon, saying that they're in confederacy with them. It's letting you know they're all in confederacy. Right?
The Lot. Do unto them as unto the Midianites.
Okay, so slow down real quick. You got to pay attention here because we're about to go into some few precepts, history. Pay attention. What did he say?
Verse 9. Do unto them as unto the Midianites.
Pause. So now Asaph is asking for the judgment. He's saying, look, keep silent. Don't keep silent. This is what they're doing. This is who it is. Do unto them as unto the Midianites. Now, who got a Midianite story for me? Let's see if y'all remember some history. Who got a Midianite story? Who can go to a chapter, a book, verse about the Midianites? Now, this is the thing. Numbers what?
I'll say Numbers 20, 22, 23, about Phinehas, and he's actually the grandson of Aaron.
Let's just, don't go there.
Okay.
Let's just jump to Numbers 31. Okay. Right? And let's just see what happened after all of that. Let's just get to the steak and potatoes, baby. We don't want no veggies. Right? We just want the meat.
Verse 8.
Right? Numbers 31, read verse 10. This is the thing. There was many instances with the Midianites. This scripture here in Psalms is highlighting an instance that happened in Judges. Gideon, Barak, and Deborah. We're gonna go there, but I want to talk about previous history. Right? So y'all have it. Numbers 31, start at verse 10.
Numbers 31, verse 10.
Right? Plus, it's just a beautiful thing to read. Read.
And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil and all the prey, both of men and of beasts.
Right.
And they brought the captives and the prey and the spoil unto Moses.
Right. So this was when Moses gave the order. The Most High gave the order to go in and to destroy the Midianites for what they did to the children of Israel when they consulted with who to curse us? Balaam. Right? Remember they were trying to get him to curse us? What the Most High has blessed, you can't curse. So the Most High said for that, go in there, man, wipe these cats out. Man, woman, and children. Cattle, scorch the land, scorched earth. Right? What verse you at?
Verse 12.
Go ahead.
And Eleazar the priest, and unto the congregation of the children.
Go ahead.
And unto the congregation of the children of Israel. Unto the camp at the plains of Moab.
Right.
Which are by Jordan near Jericho.
Go ahead.
And Moses and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the congregation went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moses was brought with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moses said unto them, have ye saved all the women alive?
Right.
Behold, these caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam,
right,
to commit trespass against the Lord.
Come on.
In the matter of Peor.
Come on.
And there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord.
Read.
Now therefore, kill every male.
Do what?
Kill every male.
Come on.
Among the little ones.
Read.
And kill every woman that hath known man by living with him.
Yo, wipe these children out too. Get them out of here. Get these men out. So we saw how Egypt tried to wipe us out by killing the sons. Because that's how you wipe out. It's like you destroy a population of people. Moses gave the command, get the males out of here. Keep the children the women that have not known men. Go ahead.
Verse 18. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
Right. So let's go back. That's one instance. So you're going to make sure you write down Numbers 31:10. Go back to Psalms. You're going to read 83, read verse 9 again.
Psalm chapter 83, verse 9.
Can somebody go to Judges chapter 5? Go ahead.
Do unto Dan and unto the Midianites,
Right.
as to
Caesarea.
Caesarea, as to
Jabin.
Jabin at the brook of Kishon.
So this was a war that took place between the children of Israel and the Midianites. Right? This was in the time of Judges. Go to Judges 5. Let's read Judges 5:19 real quick.
Judges chapter 5, verse 19.
Go ahead.
The kings came and fought. Then fought the kings of Canaan
Right.
in Taanach by the waters of Megiddo.
Uh-huh.
They took no gain of money.
Right.
Verse 20. They fought from heaven. The stars in their courses fought against Sisera.
Go ahead.
The river of Kishon swept them away.
Right. So we fought at this river. We was bodying these cats and said the river swept them away. Go ahead.
That ancient river, the river Kishon.
Right.
O my soul, thou hast trodden down strength.
Right. Let's jump over to Judges chapter 4 and verse 1.
Fine. Judges chapter 4, verse 1.
Should have went there first, but let's go to Judges 4 and 1. It's fine.
Judges chapter 4, verse 1.
Right.
And
Read through 7. Go ahead.
And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord,
Uh-huh.
when Ehud was dead. Verse 2. And the Lord sold them into the hand of Jabin.
Who was Ehud? History lesson. Who was Ehud? Very prominent man. Who was Ehud? What did he do? Tribe, and what did he do? And what did he do? Anybody remember? Ehud was a Benjamite, left-handed.
That's right.
Stabbed the Moabite king in the gut.
Right.
He was a very fat man. The butt of the knife damn near got stuck in his gut because he was a fat man, right? Yeah, big man, big old fat Buddha-looking cat, right? So Ehud, remember we were in captivity to the Moabites. I forget how many years. I think about 18 years, something like that. Ehud, he befriended the king. He assassinated that king. Got us out of captivity. Right? So it says now in chapter 4, we did evil. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And the Lord sold them into the hand of Jabin, king of Canaan, that reigned in Hazor, the captain of whose host was Sisera.
Was what?
The captain of whose host was Sisera.
Do unto them as of Sisera. Come on.
Which dwelt in Harosheth of the Gentiles.
Come on.
And the children of Israel cried unto the Lord.
Go ahead.
For he had 900 chariots of iron, and 20 years he mightily oppressed the children of Israel.
Right.
Verse 4. And Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lepiddo,
right,
she judged Israel at the time.
Right, because we know what was going on. Ehud dies, ain't no men standing up. So Deborah, the prophetess, who was a married woman, she's appointed judge. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And she dwelt under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in Mount Ephraim.
Go ahead.
And the children of Israel came up to her for judgment. And she sent and called Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of
Kadesh Naphtali.
And said unto him, Hath not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, Go and draw toward Mount Tabor,
Mm-hmm.
and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali,
Mm-hmm.
and of the children of Zebulun.
Right.
Verse 7. And I will draw unto thee to the river Kishon Sisera, the captain of Jabin's army, with his chariots and his multitude, and I will deliver him into thine hand.
Pause right there. So you see, this is what it's talking about in Psalms. Deborah says, didn't the Most High command that you mount up, get these men, and go to war with these people? Right? Do unto them as unto the Midianites and to these other kings in these battles. Meaning what? Most High is going to go to war. Or wipe them out. And so what we're doing, we're just getting the history on what is being referred to. Very important, so that you know it. Right? Jump from there, jump down to verse 15 and 16.
Verse 15.
The court for what? Oh, go ahead.
Verse 15. And the Lord discomfited Sisera.
Right, so we know they gathered up, they fight. So the Lord discomfited Sisera. Go ahead.
And all his chariots, and all his hosts,
Right,
with the edge of the sword before Barak,
right.
so that Sisera lighted down off his chariots,
Uh-huh.
and fled away on his feet.
Verse 16.
But Barak pursued after the chariots,
Uh-huh.
and after the hosts unto Harosheth
Uh-huh.
of the Gentiles. And all the hosts of Sisera fell upon the edge of the sword, and there was not a man left.
Right, so we can pause on that. Then we know what happens. He runs into the tent of Jael, right, the Kenite, and what happens? She put a damn nail through his temple. You want a glass of milk, sir?
Sleep.
And rocked him to sleep, nailed him to the damn bedpost, right? And he was out of there. So this is what this psalm is about. The Most High standing up and destroying his enemies. Now look at how when you go into the history of Israel's battles, right? When you go into the history, look at what is being depicted. It's all out war. This is bloodbath, right? How many chariots did it say he had? It said he had Judges. What was that? Judges 5 and 15. Didn't it say how many chariots he had?
It did. It did.
Judges 5:19. It said he had. I don't think it said he had how many he had. Yeah, it did.
I just read it.
900.
Huh?
900.
Where at? What verse?
Judges 4:13.
Right. The Sisera gathered together all his chariots, even 900 chariots of iron. Right? 900 chariots of iron, and all the people that were with him. So it was chariots and the people. They all got wiped out. Right? So let's go back. So read Psalms chapter 9. Where do you end at? Oh, yeah. Read 9 and 10. Yep.
83 and 10.
Yep.
Okay. Psalm chapter 83 and verse 10.
9 and 10.
9. Psalm chapter 83 and verse 9.
Go ahead.
Do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin,
Uh-huh.
as the brook of Kishon.
So go do unto them as what happened in history. Fight, discomfort them, let them get swept away. Get them out of the sight. Go ahead.
Which perished at Endor.
Uh-huh.
They became as dung for the earth.
Right. Go to Judges. I think we read it. We just read Judges 7:15, right? No, we read Judges. Go to Judges 7:15.
Judges chapter 7, verse 15.
Right.
And it was so when Gideon heard the telling of the dream.
So this is now Gideon fighting with the Moabites. So we got three major instances in history, the Midianites. Three major instances in history with these Midianites, man. Who was Midian?
It's Abraham's son.
He was what?
I'm sorry. Abraham's son.
Yeah, Midian was one of the sons of Abraham. from his wife Keturah, right? After Sarah died, Keturah comes on the scene, and then he has more sons, and Gideon is being one of those sons, who became a nation of people who basically they went off into their own types of worship, and now they want to fight wars with us when technically we're brothers. But it makes never mind, because ain't Esau Jacob's brother? Yeah. So we wouldn't really be brothers. They would be like a grand uncle, something like that, like a grandfather type to Israel, right? Yeah. So think about it. It's still at the same time. At the end of the day, it's still the seed of Abraham. But now, when you go into the New Testament, and you understand where it says not seeds many, but the seed of Jacob, right? Because that's important. Because the seed of Abraham tried to kill the seed of Abraham. The Midianites are the seed of Abraham. Ishmael, ain't he the seed of Abraham? I mean, did he try to get Isaac out the way? Yeah. Don't they try to get Jacob and the 12 out the way? That's what we're reading about. We're reading about, think about it. We're reading about parts of our own lineage as far as like seed, not righteous line, not wicked line, but just parts of Abraham's seed trying to eliminate other parts of Abraham's seed. Due to what? I got the promises, you didn't.
I was gonna say jealousy.
I got the covenant, it's jealousy. It's covetousness. I got the promises, you didn't. I got the covenants, you didn't. We get the kingdom, you get the kingdom, but not the way we get the kingdom. You see that? So there's a lot of jealousy and covetousness going on here. And again, it's a Game of Thrones, fighting for the power, fighting to control. Right?
You know, I was just looking at right here where it talks about Abraham and those other sons. Right there, it lists the sons and then the sons' sons. It says Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac.
Yeah. Because guess what? The scriptures say that, watch this. The Bible says that Abraham only had one son.
Only son.
Yo, that's crazy. Now, at that time when it said it, he had Ishmael. But the Bible says he only had one son. Think about how the other sons felt. Like, damn, I'm not counting for nothing. Nope, you're not. You're not counting for nothing in the eyes of the Most High.
That's fine.
Right? Think about that. You're not even you're the firstborn. Ishmael was the firstborn and not even counted for nothing.
Dang.
The Bible said he had only one son. Right? What's that?
I don't feel like devil's
Most High's
advocate on
cold,
this
man.
one, man. But
Most High be mocking cats.
I was gonna say, couldn't it be like, hey, it's a provoking to anger? I'm just saying.
Provoking who?
It's his brothers and sisters, his nephews, and all the other people.
Who's provoking who though?
Like the Lord's provoking them to be angry. You know, if they're not counted as nothing.
But why?
It's like I have two sons, and I say, you know what, you're out of the way, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but who started it? Who started it? Who mocked who?
The son.
Yeah.
Did not Ishmael mock?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, did not Hagar allow it?
Yep.
Yeah, she was there. She saw.
Get her and your son up out of here. They will not reign with my son. They will not be heirs with my son. Get them out. Let's go reread it.
Yeah.
Let's go reread it. Right? Like, they started the process. So that's the point. The Most High is just allowing them to go through their process and do what? Reveal what they're about. Reveal who they are. So, yeah, it is going to provoke them. And that's part of our punishment. But what's the problem with them? They take it too far. Right? They take it too far. Like, think about this. When David had garrisons of Edomites, and he had them cities in subjection to him, where do we read about him taking an Edomite, stringing them up by their hands, a pregnant woman, and cutting her belly open to test his sword? Where do we read that at? That David was doing that, his mighty men, I'm gonna go see how mighty I am. Let me go cut these Edomites in half. Let me castrate the men.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you don't see that. Let me shove pork down their throats. You don't see them doing that. And and David had them in subjection. Solomon had them in subjection. Where do we see Solomon literally going into a country, into a city, right? And wiping out the people for no reason?
You don't.
That's the point. That's the point. You can rule, and as long as you do it with wisdom and righteousness, you can rule the people and not have to do what Esau did to us throughout all the slaveries, what Moab did to us, what all these nations have done to us, what they do to us now. Right? Whose nationality did David take away? Like, oh, you're no longer an Edomite. Taking your nationality, boy. Give me that language. Give me that history. Give me that culture. I mean, obviously it was trash. We didn't want it.
Right.
We didn't want their culture. Like, you just hairy and smelly. We didn't want that. Right? Moab, we don't want your culture. You like incest culture. We don't want that. Ammon, we don't want that. Ishmael, you grew up in the wilderness, eating bugs and just weird.
Camel humps.
Just, yeah, eating camel hump soup and just weird with it.
That ain't sound like
Yeah. Just eating camel fat. We good. You're a camel jockey. We didn't want their history.
Right.
But could we have taken it? Couldn't we have said, look, that's not you no more, you're gonna be something else? David could have did that, but he didn't do it. Because that would have been unrighteous. It wouldn't have been right. It wouldn't have made no sense. Right? Rule the people with wisdom, with equity. Right? Because that's what the Most High commands. But we know that these nations, they took it too far with the children of Israel. Where you remove their borders. Where you take their actual land as yours. Rename it and defile it. Remember in the book of Kings, 2 Kings, what was it, 19? Where they put
17.
They put them Africans inside our land, and then the land start gobbling them up.
Yep.
Wait a minute, we got to get some Israelites in here. Yep. And we taught them how to be us. Mm-hmm. And instead of saying, you know what, man, Most High is rocking with these people. You know what, let's give them a break. They said, nah, we gonna destroy them even more. So that's the biblical narrative, right? Where you at, Benaiah?
Judges chapter 7, verse 15.
You're going to read to verse 24. Go ahead.
And it was so, when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and the interpretation thereof, that he worshipped and returned into the host of Israel.
Right.
And said, Arise, for the Lord hath delivered into your hand the host of Midian.
And this is where 300 men destroyed Midian without lifting a finger. They just lifted up some noise, some pots, some pans. Go ahead.
Verse 16. And he divided the 300 men into 3 companies.
Come on.
And he put a trumpet in every man's hand with empty pitchers and lamps within the pitchers. And he said unto them, Look on me and do likewise. And behold, when I come to the outside of the camp, it shall be that, as I do, so shall ye do. When I blow with a trumpet, and I and all that are with me, then blow ye the trumpets also on every side of all the camp.
Go ahead.
And say, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon. Verse 19. So Gideon and the 100 men that were with him came unto the outside of the camp in the beginning of the middle watch. And they had but newly set the watch. And they blew the trumpets, and brake the pitchers that were in their hands.
Go ahead.
And the 3 companies blew the trumpets, and brake the pitchers, and held the lamps in their left hands, and the trumpets in their right hands, to blow withal. And they cried, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon.
Go ahead.
Verse 21. And they stood every man in his place round about the camp. And all the host ran, and cried, and fled. And the 300 blew the trumpets. And the Lord set every man's sword against his fellow, even throughout all the hosts.
Right, because these Midianites, they had different bands of men that didn't speak their same language. So the confusion was the noise of the trumpet, the shouting of the Israelites in one language, right? The lights, all these different things happening. These men jumped up and just start stabbing each other because of the confusion, because of the chaos. Go ahead.
And the host fled to Beth Shittah in Zerah.
Beth Shatak. Oh, no. House of Shatak. Go ahead.
In Zerah. And to the border of Abel Meholah.
Right.
And Tabah. Verse 23. And the men of Israel gathered themselves together out of Naphtali and out of Asher and out of all Manasseh and pursued after the Midianites.
Right. And so, go ahead, read verse 24.
Verse 24. And Gideon sent messengers throughout all Mount Ephraim, saying, Come down against the Midianites, and take before them the waters unto Beth Barah.
And this is where Ephraim was acting real whack. They were mad, like, how come you didn't call us to fight beforehand? Because what did Ephraim want? They wanted land. They wanted spoils. They thinking like, wait, we a big tribe. If anything, we the biggest tribe over here. How come y'all didn't call us to fight? We wanted to get some spoils. Well, I'm calling you to fight now. Right? Calling you now, and then what happens? Well, I believe when you read through it, Gideon goes to 2 cities. Hey, I need bread for my men. One city is like, hell nah. He goes to another city, the same thing. He said, nah. He said, I'll come back and visit y'all later. And what does he do? Destroys those 2 cities, those 2 Israelite cities. Right? Because they didn't want to fight. They didn't want to help out. You just got to read that history. I kind of remember it off the top of my head because we went over it not that long ago. So where we at?
Verse 24.
That's it on that. Next, any questions? All right.
I'm gonna feel bad.
Next, oh, is it? Oh, you gotta try to hit this side.
It's on the left side.
Oh, yeah, it's this side. All right, next reader.
Oh, okay.
Questions? Ruth was a Moabite. Yeah, that's what it says. Huh? No, I'm reading the comment. Oh, Ruth was a Moabite. Okay, yeah, that's what it says.
Oh,
Wow. He's agreeing.
Elijah Shabbat Yashakad Ban Yashala.
Elijah Shabbat the Shawl, Yashakar, Bun Yashala, none of this right. Michael, Barak.
Yahweh Bashem Yashar Raktam.
Yahweh Bashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yep, I don't want to fight. Shabbat, trying to be at peace. Right? Trying to be at peace, man. Ugh. I don't want to fight no more. Yes, sir, Bob. One reader in, 30 precepts. I mean, hey. These Psalms are written for a reason, man. Very reflective. So we are at Psalms chapter, you're going to read from 83 and 11. Go ahead.
Psalm 83, verse 11. Make their nobles like Oreb and like Zeb, yea, other princes as Ziba and Zalmunna.
Go to Judges 8 and verse 10.
Judges chapter 8, verse 10.
Judges 7:25 first.
Judges chapter 7, verse 25.
Right.
And they took 2 princes of the Midianites,
Oreb
and Zeb.
Right.
And they slew Oreb upon the rock Oreb.
So this after they was chasing him down, caught up to him, slew him on a rock. Go ahead.
And Zeb they slew at the winepress of Zeb. and pursued Midian, and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon on the other side Jordan.
Jump over to 8 and 10.
Judges chapter 8, verse 10.
Uh-huh.
Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor,
Right.
and their host with them,
Right.
about 15,000 men.
Damn. 15,000 men. Come on.
All that were left of all the hosts of the children of the east.
Come on.
For there fell 120,000 men that drew sword.
Damn.
And Gideon went up by the way of them that dwelt in tents on the east of Nobah and Jogabah,
Right.
and smote the host, for the host was secure. And when Zebah and Zalmunna fled, he pursued after them, and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna,
Uh-huh.
and discomfited all the host. And Gideon, the son of Joash, returned from battle before the sun was up. Verse 14.
Give me a second. He came in the middle of the call. Right. So this is where Salakia. So this is the part where Gideon went to those. He went to Succoth, and he went to Succoth, and he went to the cities. He went to Penuel. That's what it was. It was Succoth and Penuel, and he asked them for help, and they were like, "That ain't got nothing to do with us. Zebah and Zalmunna ain't got nothing to do with us. Go do your own thing." So he chases these 2 kings of the Midianites down, kills them, got their heads, and then what? Goes back to Succoth, kills the elders, goes back to Penuel, wipes out the young men because they didn't want to help. They didn't want to help Gideon in his battle, and the battle was necessary. Remember, all Gideon is doing is, what are we in, Judges? All he's doing is continuing the conquests of Joshua. Remember, Joshua was tasked to do what? Take the land.
Clear out the promised land.
Clear out the land of the heathen, so we could have the land. And then we know after Joshua dies, it says the Israelites became very effeminate. Stop fighting wars, and then they start getting beat up. So then here comes Gideon. Here comes Deborah. Here comes Barak. Here comes Samson. Judges was all about war. When you read that book, the book was all about taking the land. Joshua was all about war. Get into the promised land, take it. Judges, fight, war, take the land. Then we get into the book of Samuel. Samuel was a judge also, right? Where now war and muscle and brawn ain't getting it, right? And so Samuel shows the people to rely on the Most High again, and not just the muscle, not just the Samson type thinking. I'm gonna muscle my way into salvation, right? So we see this with Gideon. He wipes these cats out. So this psalmist, Asaph, he actually knows history. He knows his history, right? So you could drop that. Let's jump back to Psalms.
Psalm chapter 83, verse 12.
Right?
Who said, "Let us take to ourselves the houses of God and possessions"?
Yeah, and these nations have said that. The Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, we're going to take to ourselves the Most High's possessions, his goodly possessions. Right? You read about that in Lamentations. Read about that in the book of Jeremiah, the book of Baruch, Ezekiel. All the prophets, they prophesied these things. Right? Amos, Hosea. I mean, it's the complete narrative of the Bible, once we go into captivity, is this. Them taking us as a spoil. The book of Joel. Right? What does that have to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon? What did they do? They put us in captivity and moved us up and down the coast of Palestine and treated us like merchandise. Right? So, I mean, and then that was just one of the many slave trades that they had with us. Read on.
Verse 13. Oh my God, make them like a whale, as the stubble before the wind.
Right, make them as a wheel, like a stubble before the wind. Get them out the way. Go ahead.
As the fire burneth a wood, and as the flame setteth the mountains on fire, so persecute them with thy tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm.
Uh-oh. And that was happening?
Gone.
Fires and storms. Most High burning down this place, setting this place on ice. Fire and ice is crazy, man. Fire and ice is what this country been dealing with the last month.
Yep.
Right? Winter storms on one side, other spot burning down. Tempests, winds. I just watched a windstorm in South Africa. I don't know if y'all seen that. A windstorm. Wasn't a hurricane, wasn't a tornado. It was a windstorm. People was getting swept off their feet.
Damn.
Came out of nowhere. They had to hold on like to the street posts.
Yeah.
Because the wind was blowing cats across the street.
Oh, that's
In
funny.
the middle of the day. It was wild. Trees just leaning over, springing back up. Yeah, South Africa. Yep. I mean, who do you think is doing that? Most High is just throwing a whirlwind out there.
Yeah.
He said it. He said he has his way in the whirlwind. Right?
Tempest.
In the tempest. Right? These storms. I mean, I know y'all think like the heart machine, but guess what? Who allowed them to build a heart machine if it's true? Most High let them go with their hearts.
Gone.
He let them go with their mind and let them create a device that now, if they are shooting storms out there, right, it's still the control of the Most High. Because it's hitting what it needs to hit. It's hitting the target. I mean, just you got to pay attention to what's happening. And this is how we know the time is being shortened. Hurricane season is longer. It starts earlier, and them storms are more deadly. Winter is starting earlier. The storms are more potent, and it's deadly. Droughts are more pronounced, right? Those fires are more deadly, right? And they start early. So whatever it is, the Most High is ramping these things up like a woman in travail, the Bible says, right? That's how we know the end days. On top of, the wars, the rumors, Trump think he gonna end every war. But I feel like the way he moving, he about to start some wars. The way he's moving, bro, come on, he throwing tariffs on Canada, right? He throwing tariffs on Canada, he throwing tariffs on Mexico, tariffs on China. That's his thing. You don't comply, tariffs. You know what tariffs are, right? That's when they tax more money or charge more money for imported goods. They charge a country more money to import their goods to America. So let's say the tariff at the customs or the border was $100. I'm gonna raise it 25%. I'm gonna raise it 50%. So now instead of 100, you're gonna pay 150, 125. And so that he charges the country if they don't comply. And then they say, because what they're saying is, if he starts doing that, who does the cost go on to? Us. And they say that he's gonna cause an inflation if he keeps doing it. And then now you got internal war and conflict in this country. Because as soon as them prices go up, niggas lose their mind. Right? They don't know how to handle things, and then now it's a grab for product. It's a grab, and then there's a scarcity, and that's a war. Right? So Trump, I feel like he's gonna do a lot more for this country than you believe. He ain't gonna make it great. He's gonna allow it to collapse.
Yeah.
But guess what? Doesn't it say the hand of the king is in the Lord, in the hand of the Most High? It says the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord. So the Most High is up here like this, the puppet.
The puppet master.
And he's Pinocchio. Y'all seen that Pinocchio on Netflix? That new one? Yo. Extra demonic. Extra demonic. Right? It's actually good though. You should watch it. It's actually good. It got a good lesson in there. But it's all about Catholicism, and it was wild. Right? But just that whole puppet mastering,
That's crazy.
that's the Most High. He's the puppet master. And Trump and Chinese Putin and all these people think that they got the control. They think that they're carving their way, not realizing that they're being puppeted into their own destruction. Yeah, I'm gonna let you have your way, and this is gonna lead you into the pit. Right? Just like our people. Our people think like, yo, I'm gonna be a trailblazer, I'm gonna do my thing. Cool. You got it. You got it. I'm gonna let you just walk. They say he that walk out of the way of understanding walks into the congregation of what? The dead. Right? So you think like, oh, I'm doing my own thing, but where are you walking to? Where's the Most High letting you, allowing you to walk into? And because you could do it of your own volition, you think you got power. That's the cold part. I can walk to my own destruction. Cool. Sure you can. I ain't gonna fight with you. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna just back up. I'm gonna take away all the stipulations, all the training wheels, and let you just walk into that pit. And that's another narrative that's happening where don't be fooled to think that the Most High is not in control. Go to Ecclesiastes 18 and verse 1. Sirach 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 1.
Come on.
He that liveth forever,
Right.
created all things in general.
He did what?
He created all things in general.
Yeah, he that liveth forever is the Most High. He created all things in general. He operates all things in general. So generally speaking, this is the plan of the Lord. Right? And he just lets you move around in it. And no matter what, his plan, his mission, his will is going to be accomplished regardless. So no, Esau ain't gonna have his way. Not the way he thinks he's gonna have it. That's the point. The wicked is not gonna have their way, not the way they think they're gonna have it. Did you finish that?
That's verse 1.
That's it. That's all I need on that. Let's jump back to Psalms.
Psalm chapter 83, verse 16.
Right?
Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy name.
Right.
O Lord, let them be confounded.
Let them what?
Let them be
Let
confounded.
them be confounded. Because that's what it's gonna be. When they think they're destroying the Most High, when they think they're getting the upper hand, they're gonna be confounded in the end. Come on.
And troubled forever.
Come on.
Yea, let them be put to shame and perish.
That's why it says their glory will be their shame. Whose glory is their shame? Right? You glory in certain lifestyles, but then that lifestyle brings a shame where you gotta hide now. Where you gotta make yourself small.
It's a lifestyle.
Yeah. Who glory in their shame, who's what does it say? Who's something is
God
their
is their
belly, whose
belly.
God is their belly. Go ahead.
That man may know that thou, whose name alone is Yahweh, art the Most High over all the earth.
Yeah, you see that? He's the God of the earth. All in his hands. He got the whole world in his hand. He got the whole wide world. Y'all didn't go to Sunday school? In his hand. He got you and me, sister. In his
I don't know
hand.
this one.
He got the whole world in his hand. Y'all didn't go to Sunday school? Bruh.
Nah, I know it. I'll just mess with you.
Yeah. Like, y'all didn't learn that one? Got the whole world in his hands.
That's true.
But it's true.
Listen to Kirk Franklin.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Got footage.
Yeah. Oh my God. Corey got to stop. So we have Psalms. You're going to read the verse 2. Psalms 84 and verse 2. Any questions on the entirety of Psalms 83? Yeah.
That's one. If I can read something.
Yeah, of course.
It's be Second Esdras, chapter 16.
This is going to what?
Psalms 83. Everything you was talking about right now.
Just the totality.
Totality.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Second Ezra's what?
Second Esdras, chapter 16, verse 62 through 65.
Oh, you in my chapters. Yeah, you in my chapters. Go ahead.
Okay.
You in my chapters.
It says,
This is
yea,
it. Yep.
yea, and the Spirit of Almighty God, which made all things, and searcheth out all hidden things in the secrets of the earth. Surely he knoweth your inventions, and what ye think in your hearts, even them that sin, and would hide their sin. Therefore hath the Lord exactly searched out all your works, which he will put you all to shame.
He will do what?
He will put you all to shame.
Yeah, so all this AI, they're gonna be put to shame with all this AI. They're gonna be put to shame with all this so-called technology and the just all these different inventions. It's gonna be a shame to them at some point. All your little nuclear weapons, all your guns, everything. It's gonna put them to shame. Go ahead.
And when your sins are brought forth, ye shall be ashamed before men. And your own sins shall be your accusers in that day.
Right.
That's all I wanted to get to. But
read on.
Read on, okay. What will ye do? Or how will ye hide your sins before the Most High and his angels?
And that's the point. They don't believe in the Most High or his angels, that they're being watched. The wicked don't believe this. They said what? We are just, we here one day, we gone the next. We just a cloud. We just a smoke, right? That's Wisdom of Solomon, the 2nd chapter, right? The wicked said in his heart, but not a right. Go ahead.
Verse 6, 7?
Yep.
Behold, God himself is a judge. God himself is the judge.
Yeah, the Most High himself is the judge. He's going to judge these matters. He's going to stand up in the time. Go ahead.
Fear him.
Do what?
Fear him.
Come on.
Leave off from your sins and forget your iniquities, to meddle no more with them forever.
Go ahead.
So shall God lead you forth and deliver you from all trouble.
Right. All praises. Go back to Psalm. That was a good precept. Go back to Psalm 84, read verse 1.
Psalm 84, verse 1. How admirable are thy tabernacles, O Lord of hosts.
Right.
My soul longeth, yea, even fainted for the courts of the Lord.
Right. So, this chapter kind of goes into the psalmist here, doesn't tell you which one, right? But whoever's going into this psalm, they're going into those tabernacles, being in the house of the Lord, being under that shadow, how admirable, how favorable it is. You could be in distress, but as long as your mind is in a certain place, those distresses don't matter. Right? Like right now, we ain't got no standing temple that we can run to. Right? But you still have to spiritually be attached to the temple, attached to the service, the worship, the law, the judgment. You got to be attached to it spiritually to escape yourself, right, from the perils of this world. Right? Isaiah 33:6 says, wisdom and knowledge shall be the strength of salvation and the stability of thy times. Right? So this psalm right here, 84, is going to kind of articulate that. Not kind of, but it is. Right? He said, verse 2, read it again.
My soul longeth, yea, even fainted for the courts of the Lord.
Right.
My heart and my flesh crieth out for the living God.
Right. And then, any questions?
That's beautiful.
If not, next reader. Downhill from here. I'm all precepted out. Psych. Psych.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yasharella.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashalim, men of Israel, Imayim, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Right, and when you deal with those courts, like just imagine those courts. Imagine like the courts of Solomon. When Solomon built the temple and he built his house, imagine what it was like to just walk into those walls. Bruh. First of all, the aesthetic was crazy. The way it looked, was wild. Imagine how it smelled, right? The cedar wood. Y'all ever smell cedar wood? You ever smell cedar? Yeah. Yeah. I've never smelled freshly cut cedar. I have a cedar wood planter box in my house in the backyard, and it still gives off a little smell. When it get wet, you can smell it. Very nice smell, right? Cedar is like a smell they use for like beard oils and things. It's like a manly, right? But imagine like freshly cut cedar, right? Overlaid with that gold. You got that pure frankincense and myrrh, fresh. Not that stuff we gotta get from, you know what I mean? From some damn Elamite's backside. Talking about that fresh from the trees, the sap, the bark. You know what I mean? Processed with the holy hands of the angels. Right? And just all the different things that was going on, man. Just the feeling you got when you just stepped in there. I mean,
I kind of think about that downtown garden.
What is that?
By the Science Museum.
What is it called? Discovery Green?
Yeah.
I don't even look at it. No.
You ever been there?
I've been there, but I don't even, that ain't got nothing on it. I did a chat GPT.
Uh-huh.
I said, make me a photo of Solomon's temple with the Most High looking down. And you know, it gave me like a white god. But the temple was crazy. I was gonna use it for a thumbnail. I didn't use it because, you know, God was white. And we ain't messing with that. But the temple was wild. Walls was big and beautiful, and you know, they didn't have it depicted of like how the scriptures say it was depicted. But just looking at the photo, let me see if I can find it. Just looking at the photo, I was like, man, could you imagine being there? Could you imagine sitting up in the courts of the Most High with all the righteousness? Because that's what it was. It was about the righteousness, right? The service. Psalms 83, no. Egyptian, no. I think I did it on the other phone. I know one of them kids in here told their mama no. I know that ain't happening. But that's what it was about, man. That's what it was about for us. Go ahead, read verse 3.
Psalm chapter 84 and verse 3. Yea, the sparrow had found an house,
right,
and the swallow a nest for herself,
right,
where she may lay her egg, lay her young, even thy altars.
Right. Even the birds want to be in the altars of the Lord.
Crazy.
Even the birds, the animals want to make their dwelling in the courts of the Lord, man. Because that's how majestic and beautiful. Imagine the peace, the safety. You know that I'm in these courts and no harm. Can't nothing touch me. Right? Now, we had that physically at a point. Solomon provided that for a point.
Right.
There were times in our history where we had, you know, when Ezra rebuilt the temple and those courts and those walls. But it didn't last long. We just read in Maccabees 4 where they rebuilt all of that, and then 2 seconds later, here comes Esau destroying it. Right? So physically, that only lasted for our people for a moment. But spiritually, that's where we always supposed to be at. You always got to keep your mind in the courts, in the house, in the altars, in the worship, in the sacrifice, in the duty of the Most High. Go ahead.
O Lord of hosts, my King and my God.
Right.
Verse 4. Blessed are they that dwell in thy house.
Right.
They will be still praising thee. Salah.
Right. So go ahead. So there's a you gotta pay attention here. Got to go into some parables. Go ahead. So blessed are they that dwell in thy house. They will be still praising thee. Go ahead.
Blessed is the man whose strength is in thee.
Right.
And whose heart are the ways of them.
Whose heart are, right, the ways of them, right? The ways of the house, or in those ways. Blessed is the man whose strength, whose mind is in the ways of the Most High.
Right.
Right? Who trusts in those things. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Who passing through the valley of Baca, make it a well.
So the valley of Baca would be known as a very dry valley that men would pass by. They call it the valley of weeping. Why? Because there's no resource. So what is he articulating here? That you could though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Though I go through this valley of Baca, this dry, arid, no water, no resource, no help in sight, the Most High is going to make it like a well. Right? Remember, the waters of Meribah, where we sliding through those little cities in Egypt in the time of the Exodus, and we got no water. Didn't he make the bitter water sweet? Didn't Moses hit the rock and water came out? The waters of strife, right? Those were instances. So what is he articulating here? That we trust in the Lord, even in the most obscure times, even in the most droughtful situations, he can bless it. He can make an arid situation, a dry situation. He can turn it into a damn well. He can make it a well. Watch this, read on.
The rain also filleth the pool.
And he can make it rain in the desert. That's the Most High. He controls those things. Go ahead.
They go from strength to strength.
Who thinks they know what that means? They go from strength to strength. What does that mean? They go from strength to strength. Y'all online, what does that mean? They go from strength to strength. Just think about what he's saying here. Go ahead. Gabar, what you got?
I would say that the people probably go from God to God, like
From what?
from God to God, from different.
No, not God to God. This is in the positive, strength to strength. This is not in the negative. This is in a positive sense. Anybody else want to give it a shot? Just look at what we're reading. What that valley of Baca, or that dry valley, would be like a strength. But they moved on from it. I want to give y'all the answer, but I want y'all to think. So when it says strength to strength, what is supposed to strengthen us? What were you going to say before I said what I said? I don't want to deter you.
I was going to say, basically, wherever we went, we prospered,
Through what? What was our...
What the situation was, no matter how detrimental it may be to others,
right?
It would make us prosper in that situation.
Through that weakness.
Through our obedience to him, through...
What did he put? I want cheating.
He said most things go from strength to weakness.
Age. But we get stronger and stronger through what? We are,
I would say,
go ahead.
through our weaknesses, we get strength through the Most High taking care of us. It's a scripture. It's in my head. I just can't.
You're talking about Paul, right?
Right.
He said, through my weaknesses, I am made strong.
Right.
Right. So what is it articulating? Well, let's go to Isaiah real quick. Go to Isaiah 40:28.
Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28.
Right.
Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard?
Right.
That the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth.
Come on.
Fainteth not.
He what?
Fainteth not.
He fainted not. Read.
Neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding.
Read verse 29.
Verse 29. He giveth power to the faint.
He does what?
He giveth power to the faint.
In the moments that we are to faint is when. Man, that looks faint. Man, I'm faint. It's those moments of obscurity. It's our trials and our tribulations. Right? Go ahead.
And to them that have no might,
Come on.
he increaseth strength.
He does what?
He increaseth strength.
They go from strength to strength. Meaning, Ecclesiastes 2 is going to hit me. And guess what I'm going to do? Trust in the Most High, get the strength, move on. And then what's going to happen? All peaches and cream? What's going to hit again? Another Ecclesiastes 2. And I got to do what? Repeat the process. But it might be a stronger temptation. It might be a stronger situation. That's the point. They go from strength to strength. It's just, it's idiomatic speech. It's symbolic speech, right? Where you wouldn't say strength to strength. You would say I go from trial and tribulation to trial and tribulation, and I strengthen through those things. The way the writer is articulating it and the way it's translated, strength to strength. So you got to understand that type of speech. Yes, sir.
Out of precept.
What you got?
Isaiah chapter 26, verse 3.
Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 26, verse 3. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace.
Go ahead.
Whose mind is stayed on thee.
Read.
Because he trusteth in thee.
Mm-hmm.
Trust ye in the Lord forever. For in the Lord Yahweh is everlasting strength.
Is what?
Is everlasting strength.
That perfect peace, that everlasting strength, because he don't wear down. You don't need a Gatorade. You don't need an orange slice. You don't need a banana for potato. He got, the Most High got cramps. He need a banana. Most High's eye is twitching. He need a banana for his potassium levels. Nah, he don't need zinc. He don't need cortisol shots. The Most High is the plug. He's the energy, and we gotta plug in. But you gotta trust. That's the point. You gotta trust. You gotta relinquish the control in certain situations, in every situation, and understand that the Most High is the situation. He's the cause of the situation, and he's the cause, the effect, right, of the situation. He's also the solution. Finish in Isaiah 48 for me. 48 verse 29 again.
Verse 29. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 29.
Come on.
He giveth power to the faint. And to them that have no might, he increaseth strength.
Right.
Verse 30. Even the youths shall faint and be weary.
Yeah, even the young man, it don't matter. You can't trust in your youth. Right? Even you young cats, well, I'm 16, I'm 7, I'm 18, I'm 20. I'm strong out here. Yeah. Yeah, but even that's gonna wear down the flesh. I was once young, strong, running through. Listen, I remember one time I was in Jamaica. Remember I was running a race, foot race. And we were running, and there was a car, and the car was like the stopping point. And I remember there was some gravel, and I slid. We was running. And I slid, and my foot, my shin, kind of sliding, and my shin right into the car. Boom! Bust my shin open, but put a big ass dent in the car. Yeah, running through vehicles, man, at a young age. At a young age, right? Nothing, indestructible. Didn't break a bone. I should have broke my shin. Like the under part of the car where the door is. It's a hard part. Dented that through. Boom. Right? I think it was like a little Volkswagen Beetle at that time or whatever it was. That dude's son was mad. That dude's son and then his son chased me around with a stick. So I'm gushing blood from my shin, and the dude's son is chasing me around because I dented his dad's car. Right? So I had to run for my life again. And that's just one of the exploits of being a youth. being young, being able to run forever, being able to play ball for hours. You know when you do something and you're sore, and the next day you're like, oh my God, and you gingerly, and you're like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna break this soreness. I remember being young, playing football, no pads, concrete, tackle, right? Getting dropped on glass, everything. Sore, muscles aching, body broke, next day, do it again.
Like
Next
that
day,
happened.
do it again like it ain't happened. You do that for the whole summer. Sun come up, basketball, all the way till nighttime, 12 in the night. Sun come up, 8 o'clock, you back there all summer. That's all we did. Break our bodies. We didn't feel it. I don't remember sleeping as a teenager. I don't remember sleeping at all. I just remember going to school, coming home. Going to school, coming home. Hanging out, movies. Going here. I don't remember ever sleeping until I got into my 20s. Oh, damn, I need some rest. Right? We felt indestructible because of our youth, but even youth, Most High said that's folly. Right? If it's not used correctly.
Yep.
Right? Because it's all about trusting in the Lord, trusting in the Most High. Your youth, your strength can only get you so far. You got to have wisdom. Read on.
And the young men shall utterly fail.
Come on.
Shall utterly fall.
Shall utterly fall. Come on.
Verse 31. But they that wait upon the
And
Lord,
this is the point. They that what?
that wait upon the
They
Lord,
that wait upon the Lord. Come on.
shall renew their strength.
They shall do what?
Renew their strength.
Yeah. You're renewing your strength. You're renewing your faith. You're renewing your discipline. You're renewing your diligence. You're renewing your virtue. Those are our strengths. The fruits of the Spirit. Those are our strengths. Right? And the more that we dwell and meditate on the things that we should, the more those strengths will be strengthened in us. The more you'll go from strength to strength. Or in our terms, the more you'll be able to go from trial, temptation, beat it, trial, temptation, beat it, and I'm the one said it, you'll stair step your problems, right? You'll mount up, right? So that way, as a 5-year man in the truth, you're not dealing with a 1-year man problem. As a 10-year woman in the truth, you're not moving on rookie mode. You're not a novice, right? Because that's what it is. The temptations that we face, they're to the level of understanding that we have. That way it's not unfair. So if you're 10 years in and you only got the understanding of a 1-year person or 2 years, then it would behoove you to do what? Strengthen yourself, right? Remove the rebellious spirit. Remove the lack of faith, the doubt. That's why, watch. Is it James? Strength, faith, virtue, knowledge, temperance.
Peter.
It's Peter. That's what it was. Right. This man is all over my Bible. No. I'm playing, man. You need to be up to the Bible. See that man with his side iron. I ain't got nothing special, right? It's
Second Peter.
2 Peter. Yeah, this was gonna be part of my Wednesdays class, but I can touch it. 2 Peter's 1, right? Read that for me. 1 and verse right. No. Reverse. Man, it really starts at verse 1, but just read verse 4.
2 Peter chapter 1, verse 4.
Read verse 3.
Verse 3. According as his divine power hath given unto us all things that pertain unto life and godliness.
Because that's what it's all about. Not just living life, but living life and being godly. Ye are gods. Living life and promoting the righteousness of the Most High, not our own. Come on.
Through the knowledge of him.
Through the what?
Through the knowledge of him.
Through the knowledge of Christ, read.
That hath called us to glory and virtue.
Come on.
Whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises.
Right. All the promises that were promised to the forefathers. Right? that were given to the children of Israel. Go ahead.
That by these ye might be partakers of the divine nature.
Right, there's a divine nature that we can partake of. We don't have to be subject to the flesh. There's a divine nature that you can partake of now. Right? There's a strength that you can tap into now, where everything ain't gotta be chaotic. Everything ain't gotta be extra emotional. Everything ain't gotta be depressing. Everything ain't gotta be doom and gloom. Read.
Having escaped the corruption.
Having what?
Having escaped the corruption.
Having what?
Having escaped the corruption.
That's the point. How do I escape the corruptions of this world?
God.
How? How do I become incorrupt? I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. But how do I prevent from falling victim to those iniquities and to those sins that are about me? Well, he's going to show us. Read.
That is in the world through lust. Verse 5.
Through what?
That is in the world through lust.
Come on.
Verse 5. And beside this.
And besides this, read on.
Giving all diligence.
Read.
Add to your faith virtue.
Right. So besides this, you got to be diligent. You got to be on top of your game. You got to be quick to move on these things. So diligence adds to what?
Add to your faith.
Add to your what?
Virtue.
Add to your faith virtue, right? These morals, this moral compass, the morality of the Most High. Read on.
And to virtue, knowledge.
And to what?
And to virtue, knowledge.
Knowledge. Go ahead.
And to knowledge, temperance.
Read.
And to temperance, patience.
Read.
And to patience, godliness.
All these things help you to go from strength to strength. Or, again, from trial to trial or tribulation to tribulation. This is how you purify that gold. When you give attendance to these things. Go ahead.
And to godliness, brotherly kindness.
Read.
And to brotherly kindness, charity.
Come on.
For if these things be in you and abound.
And what?
And abound.
Strength to strength. Come on.
They make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord, Yahushua HaMashiach.
Verse 9.
Verse 9. But he that lacketh these things is blind.
Weak, blind. Right? No vision. Where no vision is, the people perish. Come on.
And cannot see afar off.
Read.
And have forgotten that he was purged from his old sins.
And that's the point. We're supposed to be mounting up in these things and renewing in these attributes. And there's many attributes, man. Right? There's many attributes of godliness and righteousness that we can build ourselves in to renew our strength. To be able to go from strength to strength. Trial. The trial of your faith being much more precious than gold. It's like when they refine gold in a fire. They don't just put it in once. They put it in one, they refine it, they pull it out, they beat on it, they do all these, oh no, let's put it back in. It's another trial of the gold. Right? They burn it up a little bit more, they pull it out, they look at it, tamper it down some more, let's put it back in. Tamper it, pull it out, let's shape it to where we need to get it, but we got to heat it up and refine it. Strength to strength, trial to trial, fire to fire. Remember, he said, John baptized you with the water. I'm gonna baptize you with the Spirit and with fire. Like Arad went to a cold one in Mark. He said, every man shall be salted with fire. Right? He went through that on Wednesday. Everyone will be salted with fire. So there's always going to be a trial, right? There's always going to be something that you have to endure that's meant to build your strength, not to deter you, not to break you down. The chastisement, we read it in Maccabees where he said, for those that read the book, don't look at the punishments as a deterrence, but look at them for good, right? build your faith off of those things, that the Most High is with us. I'm just paraphrasing roughly. Right? Let's go back to Psalms. Let's go back to El Salmo.
Psalms chapter 84 and verse 7 from the top.
Right?
They go from strength to strength. Every one of them in Zion appeareth before God.
See that? That's what it's about. Go ahead.
O Lord, God of hosts, hear my prayer. Give ear, O God of Jacob. Salah. Behold, O God, our shield, and look upon the face of thy anointed. For a day in thy courts is better than 1,000. I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. No good thing will withhold from them that walketh uprightly.
Right. He said, all good things worketh for the good of the godly, that they may be able to be furnished to bring forth all good works. You got to believe that. You got to believe that in this walk, we ain't perfect. We're not, right? We make mistakes. But as long as we're able to move forward and repent from whatever mistakes and have more of a godly path than a wicked path, the Most High is going to make things work out for you, right? He's going to promote the good that you do in His name. He's not unjust to forget the righteous works that we do. I believe that, right? So a lot of the times, we be going through things as a school. The school be going through things as a whole, and then certain individuals will be going through different trials and tribulations. But this is what I go back to. I go back to once you get past the trial, what is it? Meaning, what did you learn? And was it really as bad as it was when you were knee deep after you got out?
No.
A lot of the times it's not. A lot of the times you come out unscathed.
Majority of the time.
Majority of the time we come out unscathed. But there were certain things that you did lose, certain negatives that you were supposed to lose out of your psyche, out of your spirit, right? Certain things were supposed to be purged from us.
Right.
You got to recognize those things to understand that, again, the trial of your faith is not about destroying you as a human. It's not about destroying you as a man or as a woman. It's about destroying the things in us that stop us from connecting to the Most High. You got a precept?
Yes,
You're
sir.
over there cooking. I see you. What's up? That boy's flipping pages like, what you got?
God, it is actually Psalms, chapter 37 is what you're going on. It
Right?
says-
37 is a good one. Go ahead.
Psalms 37 and 37.
Yep.
Mark the perfect man,
Okay.
and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace.
Yeah. And at the end of it all, at the end of it all, man, what are you searching for? Because you know what's cold? You know what's cold about the world right now? Like, what's crazy is, so for instance, there's a documentary on Netflix, Aaron Rodgers. I think I talked about this. But it's Aaron Rodgers. It's called The Enigma. And it documents Aaron Rodgers, the football quarterback, plays for the Jets, used to play for the Green Bay Packers, in his injury. He talks about when he won the Super Bowl and how he felt moments after the trophy was handed to him. The man said he got the trophy, looked at it, and was like, it was a waste. Is that it? He basically got the top award in his field and was like, there got to be more to life than this. Think about that.
Done.
Now, think about what they got you chasing. And they know that all the money, all the fame, like remember when Eminem came out y'all probably don't remember. Back in like 98, 99, he came out, he was bitching and crying how broke he was, how famous he wanted to be. I just want to be famous, right? And then he got the fame and fortune and was like, leave me alone. I'm just trying to eat with my daughter and y'all bugging me. Remember that? I sit back with this crack and this that.
Use the restroom.
Yeah, he said, I can't even use the bathroom without y'all bothering me. You got what you wanted and then now you want to give it back. You got the money, the fame, the fortune, and now you hate it. This is what you do. Go back into your little favorite rapper's catalog and listen to him from beginning to end. And you're going to see his whole perspective change. Because they want to be rich and famous, and then they get it, and they resent the rich and famous. Sukihana. I remember when she was on video crying, I sold my soul to the devil. I want to get my soul back. Crying. Losing it on camera. And many others. Why did these celebrities, they got money, they got fame, they got fortune, but they just getting high as hell. If it was money, fame, and fortune, or even drugs, how come they ain't satisfied? How come they're not satisfied with what they got and they tell you to chase that? Because we know it ain't money. We know it ain't fame. We know it ain't fortune. We know it's nothing carnal. Imagine having real joy. Imagine having real peace. I don't think any of us has achieved the peace that the Most High wants us to have. I think there's a joy and there's a peace that I don't think we'll be able to really taste it until we touch the kingdom. For real. Where,
I believe that.
bro, because think about it. I don't give a damn. Any black man that gets in a car that's conscious, you're aware of certain social constructs that are out there. Like, I could be doing the speed limit and not breaking one law and get pulled over. And then what? It's up from there. Right? I was coming to the school this morning. And usually I'm on guard. I be spotting them dudes from a mile away, 5-0.
Gone.
So I'm sliding down Eldridge, and they like to sit in the median. And I was listening to this plane crash thing. And yo, I looked down for a moment. I looked down at, you know how you look, you just look down at the instrument panel. I looked down and popped up, big ass Suburban in my face. Cop. I was like, oh, and I looked at, I'm doing 50 and a 45. I'm like, oh my God. Right? So I lightly just ease up off the gas and just let it coast. I don't even touch the brake. Ease up real quick and it just, right? But there's a, I don't want to say there's a fear or an anxiety, but there's still a thought like, man, I don't feel like going through this because it can go any which way. I can comply. I can do everything necessary. Agree with thy adversary. And depending on what this man is on and what he wants to accomplish, none of that matters. And that's just driving, trying to get to class. It wasn't like even trying to go somewhere wicked, like the strip club or something like that.
God.
Just trying to go worship the Lord, and you got to worry about Esau snatching you up, the cunning hunter.
Yep.
You know, there's many other aspects to that. Just in life as an Israelite that we have to always consider, right? When your children leave the house and you got to sit back and consider like, damn, man, they shooting up every school now. Am I going to get that phone call? I'm always ready to dip, right? When the kids' school call, I answer because you never know what's going on. What's that?
You know what's really scary? Like, you don't know, because in the classrooms, it's just a lockdown. And you don't know, like, man, is this real? So everybody's like picking up their phones. Is this a drill or is it real? And so you're just listening and you're watching and you're like, okay, it could really be somebody shooting.
Yeah.
It could be a drill. So
Yeah.
it's just like,
And then sometimes she'll call me like, man, they got the school on lockdown. And I'm like, and I'm blowing up the phone. Like, what's going on? And I don't hear nothing. She leaves me on ice. She be leaving me on red. And I'm like, man, I get it. She got to control the students. But then I'm sitting there, but then what does it boil back down to? The same very things that we're reading. Right? That, okay, the Most High is going to look out. We got to have that trust that the Most High forgives sins. The Most High is merciful. He's graceful. He's gracious. And he's going to make sure that whatever happens, happens, right? It's his will, but that he has mercy. You know, so we got to make sure that we're not letting the anxieties of this life, the stresses. I think I didn't get a chance to look at it. I think Zion and them Shaquat did a class on like stress last night or Thursday in VA, if I'm not mistaken. I seen the title. I didn't get a chance to watch it. Right?
Rochester, VA.
I think it was Rochester. I said Zion and I said Shaquat and Rochester. I think it was I said Shaquat and VA. I think it's Rochester that did it. Right? But that's the point. It's about being able to manage those things and not let the stress, the anxieties that we know, they're there. They're there to cause you to slip up. They're there to cause you to doubt. Right? I ain't gonna lie. What's that say?
75.
Go down.
It's on off. Let me put it on cool.
Put it on cool real quick. We gotta get some air circulating.
All right.
Corey got heat emanating off his body. I can feel it.
Bro.
You a hot man. Go ahead. Pause. Go ahead.
Well, no, it's on 73.
But it's not blowing.
You gonna eat your corn?
Oh man. You're getting my cornbread. Right?
Is that
I
cold?
can feel the heat coming off of Corey for real. You making me hot. I'm up here sweating now.
And also
Dang.
down here for a little bit.
Trying to tell you. This man. Hot man, bro. Yeah, it's blowing now. Okay. Well, y'all understand that, right? It's about not letting these things get to us, man, and constantly keeping our minds in a certain place. I know it's hard sometimes because we're just not used to it. But we got to practice. You got to tell yourself. You got to believe it. You got to have faith in it. Right? Where you at?
Back in Psalms.
Yeah, where were we at?
Psalms 84.
You read
Verse
something.
11.
You read something, right? And then we jump.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's jump back to Psalms.
Psalms 84 in verse 11. For the Lord God is the sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. No good thing will withhold from them that walketh uprightly.
Right?
Verse 12. O Lord of hosts.
Oh, it was a class on stress. Oh, Kazak did it. I did it in VA. Okay, it's a lot. Right, Kazak did a class on stress. Yeah. Go ahead.
O Lord of hosts, blessed is the man that trusted in thee.
Right. Any questions on Psalms 84? Did y'all see what was going on in that Psalms about, you know, that keeping your mind in that spiritual place? That's what it's about. Yeah, it's dry. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. Right? Thou prepared us a table in the midst of my enemies. Like, you know, all these psalms go hand in hand. It's only a few men that's doing them, right? And they got the same message throughout. Wordings might change and different things, but the narrative of most of these songs are the same, right? And that's why Psalms is such a good book, because you could see these men going through these distresses and really actually not taking things into their own hands. And when they do, we learn about that also, right? Got cold all of a sudden.
Wow.
That was quick, huh?
Change the concept.
This AC blows so hard and so fast.
I barely feel it.
I feel like I'm in Antarctica now. I'm good. We know. What's up?
I have a
We know you good.
scripture that goes with kind of like the totality of
Whatever precepts y'all got, y'all can bring them out. Like, I know y'all got them too. Don't act like I'm the only one that know the Bible.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 3 through
Read it.
6.
Read it.
It says, the integrity of the upright shall guide them,
Go ahead.
but the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them.
Right?
Riches profit not in the day of wrath.
What?
Riches profit not in the day of wrath.
Yeah, they're not going to profit you in a day of wrath. You can't buy your way out of wrath. You can't buy your way out of judgment. Not with the Most High. With man, but not with the Most High. Go ahead.
But righteousness delivereth from death.
Do what?
But righteousness delivereth from death.
Right, man. Try to keep our lives unspotted as best as we can, and that will deliver from death. Go ahead.
The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way,
Go ahead.
but the wicked shall fall by his own
What is
wickedness.
the righteousness of the perfect? The law. The righteousness of the perfect is the law. That's what's going to direct him. The law will direct us. Go ahead.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness.
See that? And that's part of the narratives of these Psalms. Right? Is that the wicked is going to get caught in their own snares. The righteous, as long as they maintain integrity and keep on that path, the Most High will remove them from those snares.
Yes, sir.
Right? So we're at Psalms 85. What verse you read? Oh, wow. Sliding on through. Next reader. Oh, man. Corey, man.
What happened?
See why you got 3 fans.
Sabbath Shaw, Yahweh, Banya Shalom.
Gabar Shabbat Shah Yahweh, Banya Shalom, men of Israel, and Micah, Barak,
Yahweh Bashim, Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shah Rakatah. You say you look like one? It's the angle. It's like the angle of the camera. Over and then. I mean that too. He said, Shalom to my brothers and sisters. What scripture is he reading? Shalom. That was at 129.
I don't remember what scripture was that. I seen it later.
Yeah, you might have to just. I mean, the good thing about the live feed, you can rewind a little bit. The live feed, what? Don't even put your finger on that. Don't even do it, my brother. This man got that icicle finger.
Mr. Freeze.
You got that Mr. Freeze, that Frozo finger. He just throwing. Nah. Where we?
It's only 74.
That's fine.
Good.
Could we leave it there?
Yeah, you can stay
It's
right
blowing right now, so yeah, I just want to circulate some of the air. Step away.
Bless you.
We had Psalms 85 and verse 1. Go ahead.
Psalms 85, verse 1.
Somebody, hold on. Somebody get me Jeremiah 50 and 20. Somebody get me Jeremiah 30 and 10. Jeremiah 50, 20, Jeremiah 30 and 10. Go ahead, read.
Psalms
Jeremiah
85,
chapter 50.
Hold on. You read.
Psalms 85, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Lord, thou hast been favorable unto thy land. Thou hast brought back the captivity of Jacob.
Right, and through many, up until this time, there's been many I'm talking about our time. There has been captivities of Jacob that have been brought back, right? We've been through the time of Judges, through the time of Egypt, and before Exodus, through the time of even Joshua, right? We were in captivities, and then we know after that it was many captivities: Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Medes, Romans, Greeks, and up until today, we're waiting for this captivity to be turned back. Go ahead.
Thou hast forgiven the iniquity of thy people.
Thou hast what?
Thou hast forgiven the iniquity of thy people.
Go ahead.
Thou hast covered all their sin. Selah.
Go to Jeremiah 50, read verse 20.
Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 20. In those days and in that time, saith the Lord,
Right.
the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for.
It shall be what?
Shall be sought for.
Come on.
And there shall be none. And the sins of Judah, and they shall not be found. For I will pardon them.
I will do what?
For I will pardon them.
But before we're pardoned, we gotta deal with the punishment. It just is what it is. We got to go through with the punishment, and then the Most High will pardon us when He sees it fit. Go ahead.
Whom I reserve.
Come on.
Go up against the land of Meribah.
That's it on that. Right. Go to 30 and 10.
Jeremiah chapter 30, verse
And
10.
there's many more scriptures that y'all can. I just pulled 2-3 precepts. There's many more precepts we can go to. Go ahead.
Therefore, fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, saith the Lord.
Go ahead.
Neither be dismayed, O Israel.
Go ahead.
For lo, I will save thee from afar.
I will do what?
I will save thee from afar,
Go ahead.
and thy seed from the land of their captivity.
And that's what we're waiting on. We just gotta wait. We just gotta do our part. Go ahead.
And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest.
Shall be in what?
In rest.
That's what we're looking for, is that rest. Right? That real Sabbath.
That is correct.
Go ahead.
And be quiet, and none shall make him afraid.
None shall make him afraid. And that's how we know a few things. Like, some people will say, well, the biblical prophecy of the Jews returning to the land happened in 1948. Well, guess what? Them niggas is afraid in that land. They're afraid of the Palestinians. They're afraid. So if that was the fulfillment of prophecy, those people going into the land of Israel, that was the fulfillment of these prophecies, then why are they nervous over there? Why they gotta have an Iron Dome over there? Why they gotta have Britain, the US, right, Turkey, Yemen? Why they gotta have all them over there defending them if they're the people that fulfilled the prophecy? When we know that when the prophecy is really fulfilled, it's going to be the Most High that defends us. He's going to be the shield and the buckler.
That's right.
To the people, right? We're not going to need no Iron Dome. We're not going to need an air defense system, fighter jets, and all these different weird things. We're going to have angelic forces defending us, defending the people, defending the city. Right? So, because I've been hearing that a lot. Oh, that was the fulfillment of the prophecy. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Because they don't fulfill the prophecies when you look at it. It says, none shall make him afraid. It says their plows shall be bent, their swords shall be bent into plowshares. The lion and the lamb shall dwell together. That's not happening. They still dropping bombs in that place.
That is correct.
They still trying to run from Hamas. They still trying to seek out Hamas. At any moment, let Iran feel a certain type of way and they can shoot a few missiles over just to let them know it's real. At any moment. Israel is always on edge, and they're gonna be until the real people get back.
Gone.
Right? Go back to Psalms.
Psalms chapter 85, verse 3. Thou hast taken away all thy wrath. Thou hast turned thyself from the fierceness of thine anger. Turn us, O God of our salvation, and cause thine anger toward us to cease. Wilt thou be angry with us forever?
That's how it feels. That's how it feels, man. It feels like, man, this is gonna just, like, when is it gonna end? Now, again, if you're not familiar with prophecy, and if you're not familiar with world events, that's how it's gonna feel. But to those of us that are paying attention to what's going on, we see it. We're like, oh yeah, the book say, oh yeah, it's moving. It's just because it's not at our pace, just because it's not going as fast as you want, it doesn't mean that it's not happening. It is. You gotta read. You gotta know about geopolitics and what's going on in the other places of the earth. Right? And sometimes you gotta look at your alternative news to get the other side of stories and not just what CNN and CBS want to feed you. Right? Because there's many things happening and many people are reporting. That's the beautiful thing about phones. A cat can, as long as he can connect to some Wi-Fi, he can record a video and upload it to something and you can see the real deal. Right? That's what caught that plane crash and that helicopter. Somebody's dash cam.
Damn.
Yeah, they was driving and they, oh wow. Yep. I think that was the first video that came out, was a dash cam. or somebody recording it while driving, right? So, you know, got to pay attention to what's going on, though. Go ahead.
Verse 5. Wilt thou be angry with us forever? Wilt thou draw out thine anger to all generations?
Yes, if we keep perpetuating evil from generation to generation, yes. But there has to be a cutoff, right? And I feel like in these coming generations, you know, you got more and more brothers with their children. You see more and more young kids keeping the custom, learning the language, right? You'd be surprised how many teenagers and young boys homeschool, young girls homeschool, that they can speak the Hebrew, they can go through their 10 commandments and different things like that. And what does that prevent? That prevents those curses from going from generation to generation. What's that?
I was gonna ask if Ezekiel 35:5 to go with.
You said up Ezekiel 35:5. Let's look at it.
Ezekiel chapter 35, verse 5.
Go ahead, read it.
Because thou hast had a perpetual hatred, and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel.
So you're saying, will this go with what? What we're reading? In a way, right? But this is more, Ezekiel 35 is more talking about the judgment against Mount Seir. Esau prophesied, verse 2, Son of man, set thy face against Mount Seir and prophesy against it. Now we know that their hatred, right? Their hatred is there, and that is what the Most High is using to punish us. But again, what is their problem? They taking it too far. You're gone too far, right? They went too far, right? He said he uses the wicked, right? He's using the wicked. He said, what did he say? The wicked is his sword? Yep. Right? But doesn't mean that they have just like carte blanche to just be extremely just atrocious to us like they've been. Right? So you can, yes, in a sense, but not directly to what we're speaking about in Psalms, as far as what he's communicating in just this fifth verse. But I get where you're going. Right, jump back to Psalms real quick.
Verse 6. Wilt thou not revive us again?
Wilt thou what?
Wilt thou not revive us again?
Right? Now, check this out. Who asked that question? Come on, man. Who asked that question? Who asked that question? Somebody asked that question to somebody. Come on, man. Huh? Go there, young soldier. What's up, Asharai? You had your hand up? Huh? Oh, no, ain't no wrong answers.
Unless it's wrong.
Unless it's wrong. Ain't no wrong answers unless you're wrong. So where we at? We in Psalms, right? 85 and 6. I just took down a few. Right, Psalms 85, 6, right. So what you got?
Ezekiel chapter 37.
Right, go to Ezekiel, you can read it.
And verse 3.
Go ahead.
And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live?
Can these what?
Bones live.
So the question is being posed to Ezekiel, right? He's in the valley of dry bones. He's looking at Israelites in a destitute state of being. No God, no culture, no language, captivity. These are the exiles. And he's saying, can these bones live, or can they be revived? Go ahead.
And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest.
Go to Ezra 9 and verse 8. Wilt thou not revive us again, that thy people may rejoice in thee? Well, isn't that up to the people? Isn't that up to the people that want to be revived? Yeah. What revives us? What revives us? Give me, what did Christ say? St. John 6:63 said what?
It's the spirit that quickeneth.
It's the spirit that quickeneth. To quicken is to bring to life. The flesh profited nothing, but the spirit, the word, it's been with us throughout our entire culture. Throughout Israel's existence, we had oral, written, even if it got burnt, it got restored. We decide whether or not we're going to revive as a people. You decide whether or not as an individual you're going to be brought to true life. Right? In the spirit. Read Ezra.
Ezra chapter 9 verse 8.
Come on.
And now for a little space, grace hath been shewed from the Lord our God to leave us a remnant to escape.
Come on.
And to give us a nail in his holy place.
Yeah, a nail in the holy place. Like something to a foundation. Something sturdy. Right? The grace of the Lord, he gives us the ability to build, to hang our hats on something righteous. Go ahead.
That our God.
That our what?
Our God.
Come on.
May lighten our eyes.
May what?
Lighten our eyes.
What lightens the eyes? What is it? It's in Baruch, right? It's in Baruch. Who got it? Read on.
And give us a little reviving in our bondage.
Right, and that's what's going on now. We're being revived in our bondage. We've been revived in every bondage. There was always a remnant. There was always a prophet. When we were in bondage, the Most High provided a way for the people to be revived. What you got?
Is it Baruch chapter 4 verse 2?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Turn thee, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof.
It's not Baruch. But it is Baruch. It's not that one, but you can read it. Go ahead.
That thou mayest be illuminated.
That thou may be illuminated. There was another one. You got it.
Baruch chapter 3, verse 14.
Go ahead.
Learn where wisdom is.
Learn where wisdom is. Come on.
Where is strength?
Come on.
Where is understanding? That thou mayest know. Also, where is length of days and life? Where is the light of the eye?
Where is the what?
Where is the light of the eye?
Where is it? Well, he said you got to learn where it is. And it's always been with the people. We've always had the commandment. We've always had the law. But it was up to us as a people, as individuals, to say, I want to be lighted by this. I want to be illuminated in righteousness. I want to use wisdom properly. It was always up to us. And at times, we said, yeah, we'll use that. And at times, we said, nah, we want to be lightened by the wisdom of the world. Right? We went over this the other day in Genesis, the 3rd chapter. What, Monday? Yep. Where she said it was she said what in Genesis 3? She saw that the fruit was good. One to be desired, to make one wise. Right, that's Genesis 3 and 6. Eve thought wrong. She made the wrong choice, homie. She already had the thing to make one illuminated and to lighten the eyes, and forsook it for something else. And that's the point. And that's the narrative we see throughout our history, man. We make bad choices. We make the wrong choice. We have the thing. We have the thing. You don't got to go through oceans. You didn't got to go in a spaceship. You don't got to go in a submarine. You don't got to travel oceans and seas. You can sit right in your bed, open a book, and lighten your eyes. Illuminate yourself and get wisdom and be revived. Again, what are you trying to get? We have to ask ourselves, what do you want from this life? There's not much you can get from this life. There's not much that's going to count. But you can get a little joy. You can get a little peace of mind. You can get a little rest mentally. The Most High provides for that. He said it. Ezra just said it. Right? Give us a little reviving in our bondage, but we know that's a spiritual reviving. Because if you're in bondage, you're in bondage. Your body is subject to that work, to that kingdom. But does your mind have to be? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be. Go from there. Go to Hosea. Go to. Oh, you don't have to go there. Jump back. Jump back to Psalms. So wilt thou not revive us again? well, Christ was a reviving. The sending of Christ into the world was to revive the people and bring light to the darkness. Right? We read that in St. John 3:16, 17 down. That the light came into the world, but they rejected and hated the light. Right? So yeah, we can be revived, but you gotta want it. You have to want to be revived. You have to, and why would you want to be revived if you think that you're already alive in this world? Think about that. If you already think you're alive, why would you want to be revived in a different way if you already have life in your eyes? All that is in the world, the pride of life, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes. 1 John 5:16, right? So that's the thing. The minds have to change on what is life. What is true life? What is living? I remember Zion had a class. What was Zion's class? This can't be life, or I forgot the title of Zion's class from way back. I think he had like a part 7. I think Zion had a part 8 to that class, man. It was a good class. I think it was called like This Ain't Living. And just go through all the different things about this life that's not really life, that we're bamboozled on. The American dream, even the Americans don't get it. The so-called white man, he's pissed. Why? He's pissed off because he was even bamboozled. His own people bamboozled him. And when they start to speak out, when they start to speak out about what's happening in their own homeland, that's how you know it's in trouble. That's how you know. And what are they going to do? They're going to just civil war, kill each other, and then start over somewhere else. What you got?
And it's funny because, like, nowadays, when you hear about people going to other countries to get their American dream, because you can go and live rent cheaper in other places. Everything is much cheaper and get a better experience in other places than you can in America.
Yeah, cost of living. Go get you an apartment for 700 pesos.
Mexico.
Bro, there's places. Listen, America got people tricked.
Yeah.
Right. There are places that you can go to, like there's like Germany and different little European countries that are tucked away, where they giving men paternity leave. You taking 3-4 weeks off with your baby, with your wife. They're giving you mandatory vacations.
Mandatory.
Like you have to take the vacation. Right? But the problem is you've been so bamboozled by America that you don't even think that these other places exist. And not saying that there's not wickedness in those places, but just on an economic front, on a cost of living front. This is the only place that raises, this is one of the only places that raises the roof on prices, but then only gives you a certain wage and tells you, tough luck, nigga. Get over it. You need 4, 5, 8 incomes just to live in Houston. Right? You think you can go to certain little islands, and as long as you're willing to live modest and not have certain amenities, you can make it on a low budget. You know what's funny? You know what Esau's trying to do? They're trying to go back to that way of living. They're like, man, I'm living off $1,000 a month. But what they doing? No electricity. They building their house out of stones. They call it the Back to Eden movement. Where they go and they buy a plot of land, or they got the land that they inherited, and then what they do? I'm gonna chop trees on the land and build a log cabin. I'm gonna learn how to get water, dig a well. I'm gonna learn how to heat the house south facing. I'm gonna farm, raise some animals, and I got $1,000 budget per month. No car note, because we don't need to go nowhere like that. It's all here for us. We learning how to churn butter. We learning how to make products out of the things we grow. We learning how to sell things, farmers market. Yo, they back on that.
Yep.
And what we on? TikTok. They on TikTok too, showing you how to do it.
Yep.
But you on the dumb part of TikTok. You on you on dumb talk.
Damn.
You on dummy talk. Because you're looking at retarded challenges while you got a whole other side of TikTok where they teaching you how to be self-sustainable and actually be good at it and make money from it. That's the side of TikTok I like.
Done.
Right? How to resource the land and then make money from the land. That's the part that I like to look at. Not the dumb challenges, cinnamon, silhouette, milk carton, right? And whatever other challenges Popeye's chicken Don Julio challenge. Right? But that's the point. They're getting back to the business that we should be on. Right? But where does it all stem from? Got to get back to the Most High first. Right? They going back to their God. They going back to themselves. We got to get back to our God, our power, our strength. Read on. I think you froze everybody out the room.
Psalms 86, Psalms 85, verse 6.
Right?
Will thou not revive us again, that thy people may rejoice in thee? Shew us thy mercy, O Yahweh.
What does he want us to do?
Shew us thy mercy.
He wants us to rejoice in him. I want to do a scripture out there, Proverbs 6. We'll see. Go ahead, read on.
Shew us thy mercy, O Yahweh, and grant us thy salvation.
Oh, right. I want to put in there Proverbs 6 and 23, the law is a lamp, the commandment is a lamp, the law is a light. Yeah, that's what lightens our path. That goes right back to what we were talking about in Baruch 3, Baruch 4, and this reviving, Ezekiel, so on and so forth. Go ahead.
I will hear what the Most High will speak, for he will speak peace unto his people and to his saints.
Right.
But let them not turn again to folly.
Let them not what?
Turn again to folly.
Let them not what?
Turn again to folly.
Yeah, get off a damn TikTok, it's folly. Right? Get out your sins, it's folly. And that's the problem. We turn to folly. We turn to the weak and beggarly elements. And then we expect something to come from that. Go ahead.
Surely his salvation is nigh them that fear him.
Right?
That glory may dwell in our land. Mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other.
Sweet.
Right. He asks, Abishai asks, do the scriptures say anything about the nations taking it too far in our punishment from the Most High? Yes. Obadiah. Go to Obadiah. Man, I got it.
Yep.
Can you get this?
Yep.
Obadiah. You can start at 2. It goes to 5. Please.
Who got it?
Obadiah?
Yeah.
Come on, sir. Start at verse 2.
Yes, sir.
Obadiah chapter verse 2. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
So that's just the beginning. That's just the tip of the iceberg, us being hated and despised. Despised is like we go into that word despise, it's not like a simple just I don't get along with you. It's more deeply rooted when you use a word like despise. It's like I hate your gums because they black type despise. Like I hate you just for the simple fact that I want to be like you, but I can't. Go ahead.
The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee.
Read.
Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock.
And we know who that is, right? Thou, the ones that dwell in the cleft of the rock. Yeah, the cave dwellers. We know them. Go ahead.
Whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Yeah, and just in that, they're like, who's going to take us down? Think about America right now. Think about how high and lofty Donald Trump is. They're like, let's make America great again. Well, when brothers and sisters was in slavery, when we were in greater tribute than we are right now. Look, high and lofty. They don't care. They're not sympathetic to our plight. What they want to do is beat us into submission mentally, and they've done it to an extent. Go ahead.
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
Go ahead.
If these come to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off?
Read.
Would they not have stolen till they have enough?
And this is the point. The point is this. As it's describing this nation of people, it's saying, wouldn't they stop at some point? Like, and he gives an example. Obadiah's giving an example. If a thief broke in, and just think about it in natural terms. If someone runs into the house and they're doing a home invasion, don't they grab what they can grab and they get out?
Right.
Right. But this man Esau, just going to your question, Abishai, them going too far? Well, they're not just grabbing the jewelry and running out. They're not grabbing the flat screen and running out. Go ahead.
If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes?
Wouldn't there be some left behind? But when you think about the things of Esau, when you think about the way Esau moves, they'll run and wipe your house clean. Not only will they wipe the house clean, they'll take the wood of your house. Not only will they take the wood of your house and your property, they will take the actual land that house is sitting on. Let's take things even astronomically further, which is weird. They'll take possession of the airspace. Think about that.
That's wild.
That's their airspace now. It's like, man, you got the whole air? Like, what's next? You got everything in the house. You took the actual house. You take the water, all the natural resources, the actual land that the house is sitting on, and now you got the air that the house occupied.
That's the white man's air. You niggas are breathing up all the white man's air.
Con.
Your big nose, big lip, beast. Oh man.
And this is just a testimony to how extreme they go. Read on.
How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up?
There's a lot that Esau goes through. I've been watching the show Night Agent.
Oh, I've been watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good show.
And all the different trickeries that they got going on just to continue to keep up these lies. They pile lie on top of lie on top of lie to keep you dancing in your brain and misdirected. They don't care. They go overboard. They go overboard in the sense of this. When you go back to slavery, well, if a slave wants to revolt and protest and say, you know what, I'm done with this, I'm not going to continue to live this life no more. Y'all seen it in that Turner movie? They chained up. He was like, okay, well, we're going to bust your mouth open, brush your teeth through, and force feed you so that you can keep living. Like, that's too far.
Just to keep you as a slave, though.
Just to keep you as a slave.
Let's beat him to the brink of his life, but then not all the way so he dies, so we can make him be back in the field tomorrow.
Right. It's madness in the sense of, it's like how it says here, how are the things of Esau searched out? Like, you got to really look into these different trickeries and connivingness and spitefulness, despising us.
And then some things you ain't gotta look too far. You can just see the man through his actions.
God.
The man Esau, it said he was the vilest man, right? He sold his birthright, right? You could see those actions. You could see the, like you said, the trickery. Some things you gotta search out. Some things is plain as day. It's right there, right? When it goes into the, did you hit the part about the grape gleaning?
Yeah. That's what led into the
Right.
taking.
Think about it. That's in the law. When you glean your fields, don't leave the edges for the passerby. That's in the law.
For the poor.
For the poor. Esau won't even do that. Meaning what? They're not going to keep no laws, right? So if they ain't going to keep that law, well, they ain't going to keep no laws. They're not going to keep any type of moral standard. They're not going to keep any type of brotherhood contracts, right? And we see that. The Native Indians, what they did, how many I think they broke over 400 plus treaties with the natives.
Every single one of them. Wow.
Every one that they made, they broke.
Yep.
And in the worst ways, getting those men sick to the point where they couldn't even fight. They couldn't even fight back, and went and just wiped them out. Battle of Wounded Knee. Trail of Tears. Go look into these things. We ain't gotta like talk about Esau and how wicked he is. Just look at history.
Yeah.
History. How are the things sought out? Go look at history. You ain't gotta seek too hard. Pick up a book, and you ain't gotta look too hard. And then see if it walks parallel with the Bible. And there goes your answer.
That is correct.
Right? What's the book where it talks about how they was cutting women in half with babies and cutting off breasts.
Yeah.
Right. What was
The destruction of the Indies.
The destruction of the Indies. Right. Go read that book, bro. Go read the book of Hebrewisms of West Africa. You setting cats on fire. Right? Go read those books. These are first-hand accounts of how they were dealing with us. Right? Jump down to the point real quick. Go to the verse 10 real quick in that Obadiah.
Obadiah, verse 10.
Right?
For thy violence against thy brother Jacob.
For the what?
For thy violence against thy brother Jacob.
Come on.
Shame shall cover thee.
Read.
And thou shalt be cut off forever.
Go ahead.
In the day that thou stoodest on the other side.
Somebody give me Psalms 137. Go ahead. Or is it 136? Go ahead.
In the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces.
Wait, what did Esau do?
In the day.
No, it said he stood on the other side.
Come. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side.
Stood back and watched as we got gathered up. To do what? When we ran to Esau, they brought us right back up into the captives. Go ahead.
In the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces.
Come on.
And foreigners entered into his gates.
Come on.
And cast lots upon Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
Even thou wast as one of them.
Yeah. See that? Thou was as one of them. When they went up into Jerusalem and they went up into the temples, it was nothing nice. Death, destruction, law breaking, destroying the people. We've been talking about it. Psalms
137 verse 7.
Yeah.
Psalms the one verse.
Go ahead.
Psalms the
137 and verse 7.
Verse 7. Remember, O Lord,
Right?
the children of Edom.
Who?
The children of Edom.
Come on.
In the day of Jerusalem.
Come on.
Who said, raise it.
No. They said stop. Don't do that to my brother Jacob.
Raise it.
Do what?
Raise it.
Go ahead.
Even to the foundation thereof.
Yeah, break that thing down, man. To the foundation. Go ahead.
O daughter of Babylon.
Like when they was raising you and hanging you on them trees.
Strange.
Right?
Fruit.
When they was making you, calling you, they making songs, strange fruit. And you hanging from poplar trees for days. Yo, that was against the commandment. They was lawbreakers and truce breakers from the beginning. Like, think about how you hang a man, which is terrible. Then you leave his body hanging for days. Days and days and weeks on trees. You sliding through the South like, what kind of fruit is that? But it's a human. It's a man. And all because you lied on him and said he looked at your little pasty white woman.
Damn.
Or because he needed to feed himself and he might have stole a loaf of bread or stole an apple. You put him to death. You put him to death. Come on, man. There was a photo going around. The little young, I think they showed like the youngest. Somebody look at it like the youngest person put to death by electricity. I think he was a kid.
Yeah, he was.
And he stole like an apple.
No, it wasn't Emmett Till. It was.
Wasn't Emmett Till.
No,
Emmett Till was even that. Come on, bro.
He lied.
If you see the photo of Emmett Till, of what they did to his body, all because, and they lied on him. The woman said that it was a lie. He didn't whistle at no woman. He was a child. But look at what they did to him. But no, there was a young man. Then they said he stole like an apple or something from the store. They put him to death.
Yeah.
Oh, what you got?
It was.
Yeah. You want to? Because he asked the question.
Yeah, his
Going
name.
too far?
Yeah, his name was George Steeney.
Okay.
He was 14 years old.
What was his crime?
He was executed for murder.
Oh, was it murder? Okay. Alleged murder. Alleged murder. What you got?
It said he was convicted in 1944 in South Carolina for the alleged murder of 2 white girls. His trial lasted just a few hours with no real defense.
Damn.
And the all-white jury sentenced him to death.
See that?
He was executed the same year, making him the youngest person in the U.S. to be put to death.
14 years old, put to death for an alleged crime that he had no proper defense against. Alleged. Alleged. I guarantee it wasn't him. Right? Look at the stories like Rosewood.
Yeah.
Those are real stories. Where a white man don't like the way a black man moved and he burned down the whole community. The movie Rosewood is a real story. Go look it up. Right? Black Wall Streets. There was many Black Wall Streets in the U.S. Right? So, there's scriptures, but then there's also history to back it up. We don't have to paint the picture of, oh, the white man's so evil. His actions are terrible. And it goes right with the narrative of Psalms 83, that they're confederate to destroy us. I don't care what nobody say.
That is correct.
I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what no black Christian, you damn coon Christians, Coonalites.
Coonalites.
Yeah, some of y'all are Coonalites. Israelite coons. Always caping for the white man. I don't give a damn. His history says something else other than what you say.
Oh, man.
And God says something else other than what you say should happen to him. So I don't care what I don't give a damn. I stand on what history says. I stand on what the Bible says. You can be mad. Oh, you're a racist. You're this. You're that. Cool. It still don't change what he did. It still doesn't change the thousands of years of atrocities, known and unknown, that these people have committed through the earth. It's through the earth. That's the point. It's through the entire earth. You don't have to do too much digging to see it. America is trash.
In our faces.
Rome was trash, nasty. Greece, diabolical work. Who do you think was running those civilizations? The same very man we talking about, who had no love for his brother, who purposed to kill his brother because of his own actions. Right? So, I know it was yesterday. I watched it. Eminent, right? We said that right. Eminent domain, the pipelines, mineral rights. If I almost throwing them out there. I think there's a show. I haven't had a chance to watch it. I think Kazaki was telling me about it. It's called Land something, and it goes back into like the day when they fighting over the lands. Oil. It's a TV show. No, that's a different one. Because even that, I'm telling y'all, go watch Prime Evil America on Netflix, and you're gonna see how these white people was moving.
Prime Evil?
Prime Evil.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's a 6-episode series. It talks about the U.S. government, the start of the Mormon movement,
Wow.
and the Native Americans that were already on the land. And you're gonna see how Esau was moving. And you're gonna tell me if they like, tell me if they was righteous. Right? Primeval America. Tell me if they was righteous the way they was doing things. Just to get land based on their little religious beliefs. Mormonism. Right? And that Book of Mormon is nasty. Don't ever read it. It is so bad. Yo, don't ever read that. It's like one of the weirdest readings I've ever done. I got halfway through that thing and I was like, yo, I can't do it. My brain, it's a bad book. It's nasty. It's nasty. It's they plagiarized the whole Bible and just made it weird. Like when you read it, you're like, yo, this just feels, it makes you feel nasty inside.
Yeah.
I was getting my Mormonism up. You know what I'm saying? You gotta read stuff, but nah, don't read that. Don't read that. But anyway, I think he gets the point. Right? I think he gets the point. Let's go back to Psalms. Psalms 80. What? Oh, we're the next reader. Okay. Next reader. Who's next? Okay. That Book of Mormon, man. How you out here in them streets?
That's wild.
Think it's different.
Azar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
I'm one Azar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Ban Yasharala, men of Israel, and Majid, Barak.
Yahweh Bashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yahweh Bashem Yahshua Brakatam.
That cup around like a barbecue, man. Red cup in it. What's up?
Oh, I thought you said something about barbecue with jerk chicken.
Jerk chicken?
You,
dang.
Today? I'll be there.
Bruh.
Spot down the street.
It ain't. We got the
Benjamites
authentic right here at the front.
You got the Benjamites sitting next to you. You want to go
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
down the street?
Nah, you got the
I
authentic.
would love for your brother. I was like, you might move.
Okay, so let's give context. Let's give context to my saying.
Let's get some context. Good.
Okay,
Read.
he don't want to be on the grill that much.
So guess what? He was actually being a brother because he knows.
He get started.
What was the series again on Netflix? It's called Primeval America.
America.
My man.
America.
Primeval. Excuse me. My man Red Feather. My man Red Feather, man. Bruh.
Red Feather.
My man Red Feather, man. I wish. Usually those short series they probably don't even do. They only do like one season. It was good. Good little 6-series hitter. Show you what the white man really about. If you didn't know, right there in his face. Right? And that's the kicker. I guarantee you that show is produced, written, and directed by white people. Showing you how white people are. And black people still ain't gonna believe it. That's the sad part. Black people will still deny that those things happened in history.
They're not like that anymore.
They're not still doing that. Yeah, they are. They're just doing it more strategic, in more corporate ways, in more systematic ways. They do it.
Diabolical.
Especially when you ain't got nothing. You ain't got no land to go take. They already took it. So now we just got to work on keeping you away from getting it back. I mean, you understand?
Just speaking on that, like they took everything from us. I was watching something and the guy was going in on the vaccines, organ transplants, and different medical things, and how the things that they're putting into our bodies or prescriptions and stuff like that that's supposed to help us or cure us are doing things that disrupt our DNA, and then when we reproduce, we're reproducing that messed up strand of DNA.
That's wild.
Like, and then that's where like different type of autoimmune diseases can come from, because it was rewritten in our DNA, and then we pass that on to the children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all types of craziness, man. It's all types of craziness. Where we at?
Psalms 85, verse 11.
Yeah, go ahead.
Psalms 85 and verse 11. Truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven. Yea, the Lord shall give that which is good, and our land shall yield her increase. Righteousness shall go before him, and shall set us in the way of his steps. Psalms 86 and verse 1. Bow down thine ear, O Lord. Hear me, for I am poor and needy. Preserve my soul, for I am holy. O thou my God, save thy servant that trusteth in thee. Be merciful unto me, O Lord, for I cry unto thee daily.
Right, prayer of David, right? That's where we at. Go ahead.
Rejoice
I cry unto you sometimes.
daily.
Only when I'm in trouble.
Daily.
Only when I'm comfortable.
Daily.
Yo, some of us, I ain't gonna front. Some of y'all don't even be praying daily. Some of y'all forget to pray. Sometimes just waking up, don't wake up and jump on the phone. I get it, the alarm goes off, and then you get into the rabbit hole and you fall into the tunnels of YouTube. Cut that alarm off, get up and set up some prayers, man. I don't care what time of the morning it is. The first thing you should do when you wake up,
Right.
once you get the bones all stretched out and you crack your back and do all that old man stuff, face that east and set up a prayer, man. And ask the Most High to get you through these next couple of hours, right?
Cover me on the shadow of your wings.
Yep.
You gotta do it when you get up. When you lay, before you go to bed, I try to get at least, the scriptures say pray without ceasing. Pray without ceasing, right? That's what it says in the New Testament, right? But you do have to face the east in times of the day and pray to the Most High. You do. And the perfect times is when you wake up, do it. When you're about to go to sleep, do it. Right? If you're about to take a shower, find the east. I know where the east is in my shower. That's my prayer spot. That's like my prayer box. You see what I'm saying? And I face that east and I just do my thing. Try to get, you always got to be thinking on the Most High and asking the Most High and meditating on the scriptures and things like that. But you do got to pray. You do have to have dedicated times when we pray. In the scriptures, we see men was praying 3 times a day. Right? Morning, evening, and night. So we got to get back to those things. The more you do it, the easier it becomes. And that's a trial of obedience and faith also. To pray to the Most High and to know that He's hearing your prayer, even though you're not getting a voice response. But you are getting a response. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 4. Psalms 86 and verse 4. Rejoice the soul of thy servant. For unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. For thou, Lord, art good and ready to forgive, and plenteous in mercy unto,
Go ahead.
into all them that call upon thee.
Yeah, we read that in Deuteronomy, we read that in Exodus. The Most High is full of mercy and compassion, forgiving, visiting the iniquity of the children on the fathers, right? You know the Most High has mercy. There's mercy inside the law. There's mercy in the law, man. The law wasn't all death and stoning, and no, it wasn't all about that. The law was about righteous judgment. But there's mercy within the law, and then we know Christ, Yahweh Shai, He comes and He gives us that ultimate grace and that ultimate mercy. Go ahead.
Give ear, O Lord, unto my prayer, and attendance to the voice of my supplications.
Okay, verse 6.
Osman.
It's you. You're gonna read to 86 and 15. 2:30. Hey, I'm just moving. Y'all ain't here talking too much.
Verse 8.
Y'all got way too many questions. Go ahead, I'm playing. Go ahead, read.
Psalm chapter 86 and verse 8. Among the gods there is none like unto thee.
Why? Because all the other gods are fake, idols, not real. Only one God created this earth, created the people, made those miracles in Egypt, right? Restore the people, put us in that captivity, bring us up out of it, wake you up, uphold you. Only one power, man. Go ahead.
O Yahweh, neither are there any works like unto thy works.
See that? Show me a God that created people. Show me one of the gods of the nations that created somebody. When Dagon couldn't even hold up his own damn head in the temple. Remember when the ark went in there and he kept falling off the wall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like think about that. What God is attributed with creation? And show me. It don't add up. Remember when who was that, Elijah? Made the altar, dug it around, called on your God. They was out there hollering and raving for hours. Whipping their backs, doing all types of craziness. That man set up one prayer, altar gone. Water dried up. What God is that? And what God do they serve? What God were they serving that didn't answer? Oh, maybe he's on a far journey. Maybe he's asleep.
Right.
Maybe his call waiting don't work. He can't click over. You know how the phone be like, damn, like, hey, I can't call somebody else. Hey, call the other brother. We can't click over. Your God can't click over. He ain't got three-way. He ain't got call waiting.
That's premium.
Yeah. His phone plan is like the basic. He ain't got unlimited. He ain't got unlimited data. He's still rocking a Nokia. He ain't got no iPhone or Android. Oh, your God is limited, right? Our God ain't limited. We read that in Isaiah. Go ahead.
Verse 9. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee.
And sometimes as Israelites we forget that. Sometimes we forget that all nations gotta bow. Right? Everyone ain't dying. Every Edomite ain't dying in that day of destruction when Babylon is destroyed. How they gonna serve? Every Elamite ain't gonna be put to death. Every Moabite, Ammonite, they're not gonna be all put to death. Many will be destroyed. But don't they gotta serve? Don't they gotta serve their punishment? So they're not all gonna die. They're gonna have to bow the knee. We read that in Isaiah 60. We read that in Isaiah 2. We read that in Revelations. We read that in Luke. Isaiah 45, I believe we read that. Where the nations got to come bending. Where you at? Isaiah 60:14, read it. Somebody else get Isaiah 49:22. Isaiah 60:14, Isaiah 49:22. Quoting them might as well as him. They both got up. They both got up already. Go ahead. Isaiah 60:14. Somebody.
Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 14.
Go ahead.
The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee.
They shall what?
Shall come bending unto thee.
Who hasn't afflicted us? Well, when you go into the Maccabees, it says, what nation hasn't had a part in her captivity? So they all got to come bow. And if they don't, the nation and kingdom that will not bow, they will be destroyed utterly. Read on.
And all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy foot.
Who don't despise us? Everybody want to be a nigga till it's time to be a nigga. Right? When nigga problems hit, nobody want to have a dealing with us. But you want to dress like us. You want to talk like us. You want to capitalize on our music. You want to capitalize on our bodies for sports. You want to capitalize on our minds when it comes to inventing and these different things that we've done. We're the inventors of most things in this world.
That is correct.
Right? We're the inventors, man. And nobody cares about us until it's time to capitalize on us. Other than that, we're despised, we're looked down upon, and we're trodden down. But those same people, they're gonna have to come bending. Read on.
And they shall call thee the city of the Lord.
But now, what do they say? It says they hiss and wag their heads and say, is this the daughter of Zion, the beauty of perfection?
Mm-hmm.
They scoff. How you the people when you can't get your women in control? How you the people when you can't control yourself? When it's about fentanyl and video games, all you care about is money. How are you the people? Like, how's she a queen when she acting like a simp? When she acting like a little monkey? How? They look at, yeah, you got a hair hat. A hair hat and eyelashes that when she flaps, she starts to lift up a little bit.
Flutter.
She starts twinkling her eyes and she starts lifting up off the ground. Like, what's going on with that sister? Oh, because she got wings on her eyes. Wing brows.
Dang.
How are you the people of perfection? That's what they say, but we know that that's an image that we've helped to promote. They put it out there to destroy us, and then we helped to promote it. We fell into the trap. We know that image is going to be erased. We know that right now we're in the process of erasing that image. But we gotta, even as Israelites, as people that know, right? We gotta make sure we're upholding the correct standard. Because you got Israelites out there, beard, fringes, Bibles, and they still drunk. They still beating women. They still angry as hell. They still violent. They don't know how to they don't have the fruits of the Spirit. It's still, I'm gonna promote the Bible and the Most High in anger. I'm gonna preach through contention.
Not in control of themselves.
They're not in control. There's no standard. So just because you got the Bible don't mean that you got it. You gotta still now commit to the righteousness of God. You still got Israelites out there that don't want to keep certain laws. Oh, we ain't gotta keep that. No, we ain't gotta do that. OT onlys. OT onlys talking about they don't keep feast days, but you are OT only.
Yeah, that's when the feast days were established.
Yeah, you only got half the book and you still fumble. You fumble like a few chapters. You fumble a few books, and you don't know how we got to keep we ain't got to keep the Sabbath. And you fumble because you ain't got the whole book. That's the point. Christians, they fumble the Bible. Oh, we wouldn't have got the 10. We would have only got the 10 Commandments if we would have wanted to hear the Lord's voice. Nigga, what are you talking about? We would have only got the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments don't. You know what's funny? You can look it up too. If you ask somebody how many, because they say like Christ had his own commandments, right? You know, I fall into the commandments of Jesus. He had his own law. Like, damn. I think you could Google this. How many commandments, how many laws did Jesus have? I think it's like 1,000. So you mean to tell me you can do 1,000, but you can't do 600?
Can't even do the top 10.
You can't even do the top 10, but you got 1,000 under your belt that are not even codified or listed?
Yep.
Now, are not those 1,000 laws embedded in the Mosaic law? Because Christ's law, God's law, and the Mosaic law are all the same. Right? I think if you look it up, it tells you like 1,000 laws. And that's just, obviously Google trash. What does it say? Y'all looking it up? Does it say anything?
Yeah, it says, it's difficult to know exactly how many commandments Jesus gave in the New Testament, but it's estimated to be around 50. The New Testament contains 1,050 commandments.
There it is.
God dang.
There's not come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Let's be real. So you can't keep the codified 600 plus laws that Moses gave, where you can keep track of 1,000 that are not codified. I can literally go into Leviticus and read laws on purification and laws on this and laws on that. Deuteronomy, laws on marriage. Exodus, laws on this. Laws on that. In the New Testament, you can't do that. But somehow, we ain't got to keep the laws of God. We ain't got to do that. We ain't got to keep Moses' law. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Where we at? Did you finish Isaiah 16, 14? Where you at?
Yeah, just Isaiah chapter 60, verse 14, last precept. The Zion of the Holy One of Israel.
Right. Isaiah 49, 22 and 23.
Isaiah chapter 49, verse 22. Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will lift up mine hand to the Gentiles, and set up my standard to the people.
Come on.
And they shall bring thy sons in their arms, and thy daughters shall be carried.
So we know that the Gentiles here is talking about the other nations. They're going to bring our sons and daughters. Go ahead.
Shall be carried upon their shoulders.
Come on.
Verse 23. And kings shall be thy nursing father.
Right.
And their queens thy nursing mothers.
Right.
They shall bow down to thee.
They shall do what?
They shall bow down to thee.
Good, go ahead.
With their face toward the earth.
And we know that this is the boot kiss scripture, right? This is where brothers go, get that boot kiss. Go ahead.
And lick up the dust of thy feet.
Right.
And thou shalt know that I am the Lord.
Yeah, and you know, when you read this scripture, there's more than just a boot kiss here. The Bible said he was going to bring riches. So, look, you could kiss boots all day, which I got no problem with. That's what other schools do. But man, listen, we need that funding. We need that volume. Right? What's that Cash App? You know, when you want to do something effective, send that Cash App. Right? Send that vehicle over this way. Break off some of them riches. You feel convicted? You wanna pay back some of what you stole? Open up that bank account. You know what I'm saying?
This is what I was talking about before class.
Yeah, open up that account, man. We got a school Cash App. Send it. We got paint to buy and drywall to purchase, and we need things. We need a new floor for the school, man. You know what I'm saying?
They can buy it and they can paint it.
You can buy it, send it. You know what I'm saying? Listen.
Repoxy the floor.
Yeah, come in here and just do it.
Yeah.
Do it for free. Right? Where we at? Jump back to Psalms. Right? So all nations are going to come and worship. Right? All nations are going to come and worship. And then Christ, he echoed the same things in the book of Luke. Right? So we know that that's the biblical narrative, no matter what anybody wants to say or feel about it. Just is what it is. All you got to do is read. That's the point. Just read the Bible. Read it and understand it. Right? Psalms 86 verse 10.
I didn't finish.
Verse 10, Salakia.
Psalm chapter 86 verse 9.
Right?
All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee. O Yahweh, and shall glorify thy name. Verse 10. For thou art great, and doest wondrous things. Thou art great, thou art God alone. Teach me thy ways, O Yahweh, and I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name.
Jeremiah 31:31. Go ahead, read.
I will praise thee, O Yahweh, my God, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name forevermore. For great is thy mercy towards me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell.
Jeremiah 31:31. Read it.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31.
Come on.
Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel.
Read.
And with the house of Judah.
Right.
Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Lord.
Right.
Verse 33. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel.
Right.
After those days, saith the Lord.
Right. He said, teach me thy way, O Lord, and I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. Go ahead.
I will put my law in their inward parts.
Go ahead.
And write it in their hearts.
Go ahead.
And will be their God, and they shall be my people.
Read.
Verse 34. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor.
And this is how we know we're not completely inside of the new covenant, right? We're rounding the corner. It's like a track race. It's like a what is it? Stick. Stick. It's like a relay race.
Yeah.
We're in the last leg. We're in the last leg of the relay race. The baton has been handed, right? And we're running the last leg. We the Usain Bolt. We already dominating, right? Because the Bible is undefeated. The word of the Lord dominates all, right? So that's not even a problem. We just got to run that race and finish the race strong. We coming around that bend, man. We got the baton. Finish line is in sight. Right? Go ahead.
And every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for they shall all know me.
Because if we were in the if we were completely in the new covenant, we wouldn't be sitting here today. We would all know the law. We would all know the Bible. No one would have questions. We would all have answers. No one would have to say, know the Lord. Right? Go ahead.
From the least of them unto the greatest of them,
Right.
saith the Lord.
Right. Is that it on that? Go ahead, finish that precept.
For I will forgive their iniquity.
We haven't been forgiven yet. We're still going through punishments. Go ahead.
And I will remember their sin no more.
That's what we're waiting on. Jump back to Psalms.
Psalms chapter 86 and verse 14.
We have it. So verse 13, deliver my soul from the lowest hell. We in hell now. We in hell now. We in the condition of hell on earth. We have not been delivered from this hell. That's what we wait on. Go ahead. It tells you who is it? Esau says he enlarged his borders as the borders of hell. Bro, it's getting worse and worse. It ain't getting better, but it's getting worse so that it can get better. Where were you at?
Verse 14. Oh Yahweh, the proud are risen against me.
The what?
The proud are risen against me.
Are they still not risen, or did they stop rising? Because I see Donald Trump in power. I see Putin in power. I see what's the Ukrainian cat in power. I see Benjamin Netanyahu. What they call him? What's his other name? No, what's his name though? Benjamin Netanyahu is not his name. What's his name?
Oh, I don't know.
They call him something. I forgot his name. It's a funny name too. Nah, something else. Somebody's gonna put it in the chat. But he got another name they call him. Go ahead, but they're prideful as hell, and they rising up. Everything that they do is to keep us down. I can't stress that enough. It is the biggest conspiracy in the earth to keep the children of Israel down. Go ahead.
And the assemblies of violent men have sought after my soul, and have not set thee before them.
They have not set thee. They don't believe in the Most High. I am God. There is no God. Proverbs, right? The fool saith in his heart, there is no God. What is that? Proverbs 14 and verse 1. They're not setting the Most High before them. He said he is not in their thoughts. Right? They don't know his ways. Is it Proverbs 14? No. It says, no, it's not. What is it? Proverbs. It's Proverbs, though. Come on, man. Who got me? It says, the fool saith there is no God. The Most High is not in his thoughts. Come on, baby. Who got you, boy? It's in Proverbs. First, it's man, where's my gun when I need him?
My gun on my hip.
Who's my gun? I need a gun on my hip, man. Where you at? My gun would have had this. Man, come on. Oh. Okay, is it Psalms? No. I quoted it, so we got to get it. Proverbs 14. Oh, it's Psalms 14 and 1. Come on, L'Oreal. We in Psalms, right? We in Psalms. It is Psalms.
Surely it can't be in the same book. I'm all
Surely,
in.
yeah, bro. And y'all know me. Come on, y'all gotta help me. Right, Proverbs 14 and 1. The fool saith, the fool hath said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. And that's the point. That's the point. Psalm 53 and 1. Right. That's the point, man. They don't put the Most High before their thoughts, before their actions, before their deeds. It's about themselves. It's about their pride. It's about their flesh. Read on where you at.
Psalms chapter 86 and verse 15.
That sister sharp with the sword.
But thou,
Brother should be ashamed. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was thinking about this Wisdom of Solomon too. I know you kept saying
Wisdom of Solomon 2 goes with it also.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
But thou, oh Yahweh.
Yeah, me and doubt. Because I knew it was the Psalms. I'm sorry. I do to you what brothers do to me. It's like, no, it's inside. I'm like, no, that nigga's in where I'm saying is at. Go ahead.
But thou, O Yahweh, art the Most High, full of compassion, and gracious, long-suffering, and plenteous in mercy and truth.
Yep.
That's it.
So I start at verse 16. This is Psalms 86:16. O turn unto me and give mercy upon me. Give thy strength unto thy servant, and save the son of thine handmaid. Right? Save the son of thy handmaid. It's just, again, save thy servant. Mary was called a handmaiden of the Lord. Right? Mary was called the handmaiden of the Lord. Show me a token for good, that they which hate me may see it and be ashamed. Because thou, the Lord, has hope in me and comforted me. Right? And one of the things that the Most High shows us, especially when we out there in the streets, right? When we teaching, and you got these quote unquote theologians, and I got a PhD in theology. So what? They be getting cut. They be getting stomped out, right? Even though I'm not like all into like debates and I don't do it myself. But hey, when you see like certain Israelite brothers go and debate PhD scholars and crush them, that's a sign. That should be a sign for the people that, look, the word is true. He's gonna give you a mouth that can't be confounded. Right? When you got brothers out there that debate, they have very scholarly debates on topics of importance. And when you stomping out that Jewish rabbi in his own writings, when you stomping out that damn Muslim in his own book, it's a sign for our people, man. The word of the Most High is true. So, I'm not against debates. I'm in the middle. I'm like, hey, they're good for a purpose. Some of them are unnecessary. Right? If they get contentious and crazy, I ain't for it. But if we can get some edification out of it, if information can come out, that's what I'm for. So I listen to debates. Some of them are good. Some of them are healthy. Right? But what is it? It's for some people learn off of debates. Right? And there's many other signs that are happening in the world towards the children of Israel. Right? Verse 87. So pay attention to this chapter. Gets a little bit murky, but I'll make it clear. Psalms 87 and verse 1. His foundation is in the holy mountains. He's going to tell us where that is. Psalms 82. Psalms 87 and 2. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Now I got a question. Where are the dwellings of Jacob? Up until this point. Up until this point, let's just deal with this time of David back through history. Where did we dwell?
I would say in our captivity.
right? But wasn't it in different lands like Egypt,
Yeah.
right? Wasn't it like Assyria, Syria, Padanaram?
God.
Where was Jacob living with Laban? It was Syria.
God.
It was Padanaram, right? Canaan, and many other places that we moved around to, right? So the reason why I'm showing you, the reason why I'm saying this is because it's about to say some things here, and if you don't understand the context of the chapter, you'll be thinking like, wait, hold up, the Ethiopians, the Egyptians, remember how we always, how I always stomp y'all out on these, you putting brothers in headlocks when it comes to these type of scriptures that people love to go to try to prove that what, see, salvation, the nation's gonna be inside the kingdom sitting with Christ. No, you're gonna be in the kingdom sitting underneath Christ, sitting underneath the children of Israel. You'll be there as servants, right? And why is this chapter significant? Well, it's not really that it's a chapter of significance. It's just wording and nations being, like, Christians love to go to chapters where other nations are mentioned to say, see, that's salvation. See, that's salvation. See, they get the promises. No, they don't. It just so happened that we were in all the nations, right? So I'll read it. Verse 3. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. What's the city? Zion. What's the holy mountain? Zion. Isaiah 2, the law shall go forth from Zion. That is the subject. Verse 4, I will make mention of Rahab. Rahab is just Egypt. Translate the word, go into the Hebrew, it's just speaking about Egypt. Why will he make mention of Egypt? Because we dwelled in Egypt, right? I will call you from Isaiah 11, from Pathros, from Egypt, right? I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Why Babylon? Were we not dragged into Babylon? Exiles in Babylon? Right. So he got to make mention, because why? We were scattered there. We dwelt there. Jacob, the people, Israel, were there. Doesn't have nothing to do with the people of Babylon, the nativity of Babylon, or the nativity of Egypt. It's all got to do with Jacob and where he dwelt. Okay? Behold, Philistia and Tyre. Why Philistia and Tyre? What is Philistia?
The Philistines.
The Philistines. Why? Because while we was in Canaan, supposed to be stomping them out of the land, we allowed Tyre, Sidon to mount up and build up their little empire. We allowed the Philistines to live off the coast. And then what? What do? We served their gods. We lived amongst them. Tells you the tribe of Dan. It said they went up into Tel Dan and lived as the Zidonians. Right? That's why it's mentioning them, because we were amongst the people. And Tyre with Ethiopia. I mean, right? Where is Ethiopia located?
South of Egypt.
South of Egypt, right? Constant battles and fightings with these people. Now, verse 5. So he said, I'll mention these nations, but verse 5. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her. And the highest himself shall establish her. Speaking of Zion. So yes, the other nations will be mentioned, because I'm going to call you from all these other nations. This is another scripture that just goes with Isaiah, the 11th verse, the 11th chapter. Right? There's another scripture that goes with Isaiah. What's the one I beat y'all up on? Isaiah 19. Isaiah 19 and 20, right? Egypt will be second with Assyria and Israel. It goes with that. Why? Because our first two major captivities was Egypt and Assyria, and Syria, and then Assyria. Right? Syria wasn't major, excuse me. It was Egypt and then Assyria. Syria was like a minor beatdown that they was giving us. From the book of First Kings, we was getting beat up by the Syrians. They was beating up on Dan, they was beating up on Naphtali. Tells you that. First Kings 15. They was going in, all they had to do was drop down a few miles, punch Dan in the mouth, beat up on Naphtali, slid back into their land. That's what was happening. Yeah, they was pulling Dan out that land since First Kings. They was pulling Naphtali out that land since First Kings. The Assyrians did not drop down into that land until the book of Second Kings. A few years. I haven't did the timeline on it, but it's a few years later. First Kings 15, yeah, is when Dan and Naphtali was getting beat up by Syria.
That is correct.
The Assyrian Empire came down in the second book of Kings, some many years later, and pulled us out the land. What's that?
When it says, in verse 5, when it says, this and that man was born in her,
Right.
how do you...
It's just saying this and that man was born in her, right? The people. It's not talking about any man in particular, right? It's just saying, look, these people are born. The children of Israel are born in her, right? It's not talking about a man in specifics, right? Because none of it is talking about one person in particular. It's just saying, look, Jacob is in every land, but as of Zion, I'm gonna say that the people came from Zion, right? Right, 5. And the highest himself shall establish her. Watch, because what is he counting? Verse 6, the Lord shall count when he write up the people that this man was born there, Selah. Right? So he's talking, his onus, because what does it start with? The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than any of the dwellings of Jacob. So it don't matter what lands we were scattered to, he's looking at Zion as the place where he's going to put his name, where the law is going to go forth, where the temple, right? The New Jerusalem, all that whole narrative of the new kingdom, right? Of Christ's kingdom, it's all stemming forth from that holy city, right? Remember, what is it in Numbers? Where it says, Jacob's seed shall be on many waters, right? Remember that in Numbers? Y'all don't remember that? Yeah, it says Jacob's seed shall be in many waters. What does that mean? We're going to be scattered through the people. So Jacob is going to be dwelling everywhere. Think about it. Don't Jacob dwell in America? Most High going to burn this place. Now what? He don't care a damn about America. It's going to burn. He don't care about Babylon. It's going to burn. That's the point. He's showing where the people will be established in the future. Right? I'm going to read verse 7. As well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. Who are the singers and the players? What is he saying? Who are the singers and the players? What tribe? Levite. Where are they going to be? They're going to be in Zion doing what? What do they sing and play for? What is all of this psalms and songs and music? Remember, when these were being recited and done, they was playing on instruments. What are they doing here? Like, what is this right now that we're reading? Isn't it a prophecy? Yeah. So they prophesy with the music. The singers will be, he's letting you know that these things are going to be reestablished. The law, right? The righteous music, the instruments. Remember, we just read all this stuff about the courts and the temple and the altar, right? In a spiritual sense, because it's spiritual for us because we don't have all that. We have like a similitude that we try to recreate with our schools. But are we not going to go back and have a temple and a place of worship? Of course. Let's go read the book of Ezekiel, right? Go read, I believe it's Ezekiel 41 to about 47.
Yeah.
Something like that,
Yeah.
roughly.
It's at that last.
Yeah, go read the book of Ezekiel. Tell you about the whole reestablishing of the kingdom and the altar and this and the that and the law. And we're going to be doing this and the court. Go reread it. Go read Revelations. Go read Isaiah. Right? So it says, as well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in thee. So what is it talking about? It's talking about restoration of the people and our salvation. Go from there. Go to Psalm 68:22. Let's just get a little bit more. Psalm 68:22.
Psalm chapter 68, verse 22. The Lord said, I will bring again from Bashan.
Right.
I will bring my people again from the depths of the sea.
Right.
That thy foot may be dipped in the blood of thy enemies.
Are you at 68?
Huh?
Yeah.
And 22?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Damn.
Verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord said, I will bring again from Bashan.
Uh-huh.
I will bring my people again from the depths of the sea.
Uh-huh.
That thy foot may be dipped in the blood of thine enemies, and the tongue of thy dogs in the same.
No, I think I wrote down something wrong. I mean, Rocket Dayal. Rocket Dayal for that one. But that wasn't it. Go to Psalms. Go to Psalms 132 and verse 13. Let me find the one that I wanted. I think I wrote it down wrong.
Psalm chapter 132, verse
Brothers
13.
love that one. Dip our foot in the blood of the enemies. Come on! You're gonna bleed. Go ahead. Who sent me something, Mario? Oh, Psalm 10 and 4. Right. It was. Oh, Psalm 10 and 4. Okay. Okay, everybody text me. Right. Go ahead, read that.
Psalm chapter 132, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
For the Lord had chosen Zion.
You did what?
For the Lord had chosen Zion.
Come on.
He had desired it for his habitation.
See that? He has desired it for his habitation. That's where he is going to put everything pertaining to everything. When it's all said and done, we're going to be established in Zion. The law will go forth, the temple, the tabernacle. Everything is going to come from Zion. They make movies about it. The Matrix. We got to get back to Zion. Remember that? They named their city Zion. Go ahead.
I will abundantly bless her provision.
Uh-huh.
I will satisfy her poor with bread.
Uh-huh.
I will also clothe her priests with salvation.
I will do what?
I will also clothe her priests with salvation.
Clothe her priests with salvation. Come on.
And her saints shall shout aloud for joy.
And her saints shall do what?
Shout aloud for joy.
Right. Who's the saints?
We are.
Book, chapter, verse. It's talking about we are. I'm a spiritual saint. Now what?
You know this.
Huh? What is it? Nah. Come on. You part of it? Bruh, you know how this go. Come on. Who got it? Book, chapter, verse. Who are the saints? Because guess what? Well, when the saints go marching in, every church sings that. Oh, when the saints go marching in.
48:14.
And when I'm part of that number. When the saints go. Every church sing when the saints go marching in. From Edomites all the way to damn Cushites.
Oh.
So who's the saints? Read it.
Psalm chapter 148, verse 14.
Read.
He also exalted the horn of his people.
Come on.
The praise of all his saints.
Read.
Even of the children of Israel.
Even who?
Of the children of Israel.
Right. So you got to make sure you stress that because we're the saints. Ain't nobody else the saints, bro. The Bible don't name no other nation as saints. But they love to go. Your best Christian friend will go to an ambiguous scripture and say, "See me the saints." It only names the Israelites, Israel, Jacob as the saints of the Most High. What you got?
I was going Psalms 50 and 5 or no?
Read it. I'm sure it might go.
It says,
I'm there right now too.
Go ahead, read it.
Psalms chapter 50 and verse 5.
Right.
Gather my saints
Uh-huh.
together unto me,
Right.
those that have made a covenant.
Wait. Those have that what?
Made a covenant.
Who got the covenant? Who made a covenant with the Lord in the Mount Sinai? Read.
With me by
Oh
sacrifice.
my God, who's sacrificing? Ain't no nation sacrificing it under a covenant of the Most High. Right? We can prove that. We can go right to Ezra to prove that. Right? We can go right to Ezra to prove that. Let's go to Ezra real quick. Let's prove it. Let's prove it. Let's go to Ezra. What do I want in Ezra?
Oh,
I want second Ezra's, right? What do I want? Come on.
I thought you said Ezra.
Second Ezra.
Oh,
Second Ezra's. I did say Ezra, Salakia.
I think it's 3.
What do I want? You know what I want, Gabar. What do I want?
Yeah, it's
How did we show that the nations didn't have no covenant? They wasn't keeping no laws. There wasn't none of that. They're excluded. What you got?
Second
No,
Ezra's.
what is it? What is it? 7 and what?
3 and verse 33.
Read it.
Second Ezra chapter 3 verse 33.
Right?
And yet their reward appeareth not, and their labor have no fruit.
Right?
For I have gone here and there through the heathen, and I see that they flow in wealth, and think not upon thy commandment.
Mm-hmm.
Weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance, and theirs also that dwell in the world.
So weigh Israel's balance and weigh the world's balance outside of Israel. Come on.
And so shall thy name nowhere be found but in Israel.
Uh-oh. Read.
Or when was it that they which dwell upon the earth have not sinned in thy sight?
Right?
Or what people have so kept thy commandments?
Uh-oh. Come on.
Thou shalt find that Israel by name.
Israel by what?
By name.
By what?
By name.
By spirit.
By name.
Read.
Has kept thy precepts.
Uh-huh.
But not the heathen.
Yeah. So ain't no heathen talking about sacrifice by covenant. Ain't no nations did that. Right? That's how we know who the saints are. Did you finish in Psalms 132? Did you finish in Psalms 132? I want you to read that to verse 18. And then somebody go to damn, what was that one that I wanted in Psalms though? Did you finish it?
No.
Go ahead, finish it.
Psalm chapter 132 and verse 16.
Right?
I will also clothe their priests with salvation,
Uh-huh.
and their saints shall shout aloud for joy.
And our saints shall shout aloud for joy. Come on.
There will I make the horn of David to bud. I have ordained a lamp for mine anointed.
Mm-hmm.
His enemies will I clothe with shame.
He shall what?
His enemies will I clothe with shame.
Read on.
But upon himself shall his crown flourish.
But upon himself shall his crown flourish, right? So all my springs are in thee. It's just speaking of the salvation. That those springs is that salvation. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out that Psalms that I wanted to go to. What Isaiah 12 and 3? What Isaiah 12 and 3?
Come.
What was I trying to go to? Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 12 verse 3. Therefore with joy shall ye draw water out of the wells of salvation.
That's what it's talking about, right? Waters out the wells of salvation. All my springs are in thee. Go ahead.
And in that day shall ye say, praise the Lord, call upon his name, declare his doings among the people, make mention that his name is exalted, sing unto the Lord, for he hath done excellent things. This is known in all the earth. Cry out and shout, thou inhabitant of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Israel in the midst of thee.
Show me our shot. Any questions? It's like a mic drop. Any questions on the reading, off the reading? Bahasham Mashiach Yahushua. Anything online?
I think there was a question online by Abishai.
Abishai. I think I answered that. Do the scriptures say anything about the nations going to that one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we answered.
Oh, okay.
No, you were sitting.
I was,
Oh, where was he at?
I was down here.
Oh. Attention. We went nasty on that. Obadiah. And,
Oh,
you remember when we went to Obadiah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Remember, we got what we got coming up? Purim? Right. So the brochachos are going to be cooking. Oh, relax. Y'all all got hype. Oh, we got some nasty work coming. Some nasty work. It's gonna be good. Right, we got one night figured out. We got to figure out the other nights.
really?
Yeah, we learned that Whataburger does catering.
Yep.
No. Popeye's chicken sandwich with the Don Julio.
Oh,
They
yeah.
cater.
Wow.
You only in a couple states. You look it up. Whoa. What are y'all talking about? I was just joking.
We can bring it to Texas.
What are y'all talking about? We're not catering Popeyes. Not for no damn feast day. Hell no. We gonna do what we do. We gonna put on a feast.
Yeah.
Right? I think, obviously we do it because I like to do it for the sisters to give them at least the break because y'all are embedded in garments, right? And so that's just my treat. I know that y'all enjoy the way we cook, right? Brothers out here can get down. We in Tejas, we in Texas. Brothers be cooking, brothers be eating. You don't get bellies this size for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So brothers know how to work them grills, and we got Yashakar the magician. That brother can make a mean salsa and just all types of bro. His drink mixing skills are crazy. He's like the most interesting man in the world. He took the crown, right? Every brother here can actually cook. This brother can bake. Corey can bake, right? Hatazar can cook. Everybody can cook. We got to see what Gabar's life is about.
He can cook.
We got to see what Gabar. Okay, see, look, she's talking him up. We even
That microwave be burning.
Right? We've been who been getting trained? What's his name?
Right.
McGunn and Lashabar.
Oh yeah,
They've been in training. They got to put it. Every brother got to put in. So brothers that couldn't cook, they learn how to cook. They get paired up. So it's important. Brothers got to know how to cook. I cook for my family. Brothers cook for their family. So we're gonna be hosting. Brothers gonna be hosting those 2 nights as far as cooking. We're definitely gonna need some of the sisters' help for certain little things like decorating and things like that. I mean, but we'll come forward with the menu. You know what I'm saying, and all that good stuff. And then obviously, Purim is where we exchange the gifts amongst one another. So we got that. I think Sharab will probably put out the little sign-up sheet for that. So we got that coming up, and then we got y'all know we got Passover coming up. I've been looking for them Airbnbs. Ugh. Prices is crazy, and like Rochester is tripping. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm like, bro, y'all treating it like they acting like they Cali or something. Airbnbs is expensive, right? But we're gonna work it out. We gotta work out the Airbnb, so we're working on that, and then how we're gonna get there. I know some people might fly, some people might drive their own vehicles, rent a vehicle. So we're working it out. So hopefully by Monday we can get at least the spots that we want for the Airbnb, and then secure them at some point. All right, so we got those things coming up. Right, make sure that if you haven't fully paid off your garment, please, bros, do that. There's a lot more things they have to order, but they've already gotten started. So they've ordered the majority of the garment. The leather, I think, came in Leather came in, right? She's waiting on a few more things to drop over at the Tandies. So we got 2 months and a half, right? Today is the 1st.
Yes.
So we got the month of February, the month of March, and half of April. So really you got 2 months and like 7 days. Because the other 7 days is travel. Travel and preparing to leave. So you gotta travel. So just keep that in mind going forward. Right? Keep in mind, what are we doing it for? Right? It's not solely about the outward garment thing, but it's about the bonds, the unity, and those things. So keep those things in mind, right? Was there anything else? All right. I mean, if that's it, I think it was a successful class. I think it was a good class, right? If that's it, we're gonna close out. We'll close out with the prayers. So it's just us, right? It's just us that stands. Right here.
Yeah, it is just us, and then look, ram's horn commands the congregation to stand and face you this way. I'm gonna say this in English. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
you ready? Sir. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
in the name of Yahweh Shai,
in the name of Yahweh Shai,
please listen to us right now.
please listen to us right now.
Send Michael,
Send Michael,
the righteous angels,
and the righteous angels,
to watch over,
to watch over,
to bless,
to bless,
to heal,
to heal,
to protect,
to protect,
to make strong,
to make strong
the people of Israel.
the people of Israel.
Send unto us,
Send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
knowledge,
knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
much love,
spiritual
power,
and
forgive all of our sins.
forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly,
For thee is our hope,
for in thee is our hope,
always and forever.
always and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Mind you, upon Yah Yerushalayim. Rise and face. Come on, turn and face the east. Y'all know what it is. Come on. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Atawara.
Atawara.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Atawara.
A war. La Ra'ah.
Lara'ah.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Atawara.
Ha'ayol.
Ha'ayol.
Korah.
Korah.
Na'Kora'ah.
Na'Kora'ah.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Atawara. Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayah.
Zayah.
Lamashah.
Lamashah.
Yasharal.
Yahweh. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Which we can do at the end. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good
To
thing
give thanks unto Yahweh.
to give thanks to Yahweh,
To sing praises unto thy name.
To sing praise to thy name,
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
And the faithfulness every night.
and thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings,
And upon the psaltery.
and upon the psaltery,
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
upon the harp with the solemn sound.
For thou, O Yahweh.
For thou, O Yahweh,
Hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy
I
works.
will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy
O
hands.
Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
How great are thy works.
how great are thy works.
Thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doeth a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand
When
this.
the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the
And
grass,
when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
It is as they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Yahweh,
But thou, O Yahweh,
are most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
And lo thine enemies.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh,
O
All thine enemies shall perish.
All thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn, shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. I also shall see. My desire my enemy. And my ear shall hear. The desire of the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh. Yahweh Shai. Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133. Shayar. Amalawat. Ladawad. Hanan. Matawad. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yechad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayel. Zakwan. Aharat. Shayarad. Alpayah. Madawathyawa. Katal. Haramwan. Shayarad. Ayel. Hararia. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Chayayam. Aid. Ha'aywalam.
Amen. To Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as a dew of Hermon, and as a dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
The Yad.
Amen.
Circle up. Leave him alone. Call it.
Minister, I'm gonna do. Right.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Rakatah.
Kun Rashwala.
Kun Yisrael.
Kun Rashwala.
Kun Yisrael.
Kun Rashwala.
Kun Yisrael.
Get him inside. Turn and face the sisters. You good? Are you okay? Well, turn and face the sisters. Madam Shabbat, sisters rise, call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion. Minister, I'm gonna do. Right.
Yahweh Shemar Than Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shema Than Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Get him up. Hey, let's say the shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.